Good morning. It is now 8 o'clock, and so we will call our Committee on Appointments to order. Hope everyone's doing well. It's really loud today.
A little echoey.
We don't have any resolutions on our agenda today, colleagues. We had some last month, and what today we wanted to do was just to go through our current vacancy list. So we have a number of them that are still outstanding. A few I will share. The Board of Art and Museums Commissioners. I believe there is somebody who has completed a PIF that came from Dale. I'll need to follow up with with Daniel on that. Our Board of Zoning Appeals, I know we had another name that was interested in serving. I have not heard back if they had a couple of items that they need to follow up on. Our Civil Service Board, we do have this opening as well as another that will come in May. Our next meeting is not till June due to our additional budget meetings here in the month of May. In the past, we have had individuals from GRPS and I believe GRCC. Given the public nature of our work, I think it would be good for us to reach out to those individuals or those individual entities to see if they might have anyone who could serve on this board. A legal background, an HR background is typically most desirable given the dynamics of that board. The Community Relations Commission, I know that Commissioner Repart, you have been working with the Office of Equity and Engagement on an individual who was interested, and there's an additional process there. And then a few of these other ones, I don't have any updates for. The Historical Commission, Daniel, I know we approved a few last time. Are these three also still in the vetting process for a reappointment?
Yes.
Okay. I wonder if, I know that it'll show on our minutes, but I've been thinking about how we might show as people are applying where there are individuals who are in process, because I've had that a couple of times where people have seen an opening, but maybe they didn't catch our last meeting and see that there is an individual going through that vetting process, which can take a little bit of time. So I don't know how we might, I know that this is all manual updating, so maybe this is on the legislative software where there will be some more of this where we could show the opening, but that is in process, so individuals don't get discouraged. Commissioner O'Connor does have an appointment on the Civilian Appeals Board, and I know Commissioner Repart, you had talked to him about that appointment in the past. This is separate than the reimagining of the Civilian Appeals Board that was discussed at our last meeting, and that was discussed at the end of 2021. If you can go down to the Housing Appeals Board, Mr. City Clerk, I don't have an additional name for that. I know we had some other names that there was at least one that the mayor put forth that we actually approved at the last meeting. But Daniel, could you check to see if there is anybody else who's applied for this board? Thank you. I know, Joel, you have given us some updates in the past about the Local Officers Compensation Board, but that meets on a annual basis. So I feel confident that we'll address that accordingly. I will need to follow up with Commissioner Jones about the Michigan Street corridor. In the past, I have, last meeting I discussed the North Quarter Improvement Authority that we were waiting. We did have a resignation, and I don't know if that came through to you, Daniel?
There are actually 2 resignations.
Oh, okay. I was out last week, so there's 2 now. Okay. I only saw 1. So it looks like we will most likely need to then, we were waiting to move forward, but we will follow up. Can you forward the second one? I have Mike LaMonaco, but I don't know who the second one is. If you could forward that to me, just to
Sure,
make sure.
it's Rachel Postmas.
Oh, okay. So Rachel, we planned on because she was no longer going to be living primarily in the city. Thank you. Okay. That makes me, that was something I planned on. So I feel good about that. For the Public Safety Committee, I know Commissioner Lanier had been working with Griselda in the executive office to make a connection to somebody, and I know that person is considering it. I also had, I think, in the appointment process, Mr. Willie Golston for my appointment, and I don't know if he's still being vetted.
Yes.
Okay.
He's not fully vetted.
He's not fully vetted, okay. So I wanted to just give a little bit more on those public safety pieces. And then, I think if you want to scroll down all the way, I want to make sure to give my colleagues any time to update if they would like to. I think, yes, if you can stop at the Urban Agriculture Committee. So this was the one where the farmer's market did not have somebody, and then we went back and said, could we put somebody there in lieu of the farmer's market, saying that they were unable to identify somebody? But then I know 2 meetings ago, we talked about the bylaws and that might not be possible. And Daniel's looking like he has an update for me.
I do. Actually, I rode the elevator with David this morning.
Okay.
There will be another vacancy for just a general resident seat.
Okay.
So the individual that we were looking at appointing in the farmer's market spot would be available for the resident spot.
Great. That's great.
Okay. And then what is the plan then for the farmers marketers? I see Mr. Marquardt. Do you want to come up and share? You sat way in the back, so. We're going to work to make sure this board gets. Yes, there you go.
Yeah, good morning. As the market gets staffed up, I think they're looking to have that position filled ultimately. Just in the interim here, they are okay with that seat being filled by a resident.
Okay.
It's in the time that they don't have the staffing available.
Okay, and would that be okay then from a bylaws perspective, or, because I think that was the question that maybe we wanted to, that I appreciate you giving us that update. I also know that we celebrated 100 years of the farmers market.
That's
And
right.
I was not here this week, but thank you, and I saw a lot of people celebrating that, so. We'll check back about the bylaws, but I'm glad to see that we can add that other individual as a residency and continue to make sure we have a good connection to the farmers market.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Angela, that's right.
So thank you. I know Commissioner Reppert, you had worked on that one. In Vital Streets, we had talked about this, looking to restructure, and this was something that I know the city clerk and I and the mayor had discussed as it related to Mr. DeLong. I also wonder, as Mr. DeLong heads to retirement and Kate Behrens is now here, if we should change, if she's now officially the liaison for all the ones that he was or not, if we could confirm that in the future. But admittedly, I think right now we have a number of items on our plate with the budget, so that to me this is not going to be the highest priority at this point. We'll put it once we get past our budget sessions. And so I think we're at the end. Colleagues, do you have any updates that you want to share for any of the openings? Anything I may have missed? I was out last week.
Go back to Vital Streets for a minute. Who on the third ward is on Vital Streets board? Because I haven't had anybody that I appointed. Is there anybody still on there from previous appointments?
And I know we just had one that was appointed maybe 2 meetings ago.
Right. You're asking about residents, Commissioner?
Yeah.
I have Mark Miller and then I believe David Covey.
Okay, both from the third ward.
Correct.
Who appointments were those?
They were the Disability Advocates of Kent County and DGRI.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
For the South Division, Granville, we have one opening now because Henry Pena is gonna resign from the board. So we do have some PIFs, but I haven't had a chance to talk to the mayor about who she
Okay.
wants to put forward for that.
Okay, yes, you brought that up. You had mentioned that at the last meeting.
Yeah.
That.
But we're trying to figure out, do we want a Cesar Chavez business person or a division business person?
Okay. Any other updates? So I will, Daniel, I'll get with you to look at a few of these ones that we have, like the museum and our public safety, just some appointments that were out there. I appreciate the work that you've done in the past to push those appointments through. I think we talked a little bit about that a few months ago about the process. I'll look forward to this legislative software, management software coming on board because I know it is a manual process of all of this. So that will hopefully help us to manage this in a more efficient way. All right, colleagues, if there's no other updates, we can go ahead and adjourn at 8:10. Thank you.
right, good morning, everyone. We will call the Fiscal Committee to order here for May the 10th at 8:30 a.m. First item on our agenda this morning is a resolution authorizing a memorandum of understanding with the Baxter Community Center and Dream Garden for a total of $64,000 to provide summer camp services at Joe Taylor Park and Martin Luther King Park.
So moved.
Support.
Moved and supported. Mr. Marquardt, good morning, sir.
Good morning, Commissioners. The Department of Parks and Recreation, with new millage funding, will be providing free summer camp this summer at 4 locations: Baxter Community Center, Joe Taylor Park, Martin Luther King Park, Garfield Park, and Roosevelt Park. These 2 contracts are to support our efforts at Joe Taylor Park and Martin Luther King Park.
Very good, sir. Colleagues, questions? All right, hearing none. Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Item 2, resolution authorizing disbursement of $40,000 in ARPA funds to special event sponsorship awardees.
So moved.
Support.
Moved and supported. Ms. Pittman, good morning.
Good morning. So we are so excited to be able to continue the special event sponsorship program. And we have a couple of events that the review committee wanted to award $10,000 to Salsa Wednesdays, which will be very much like our Tuesday Swing after dark markets, which we will have some pop-up artesian markets here downtown, and $20,000 to Festival of the Arts.
Very good. Colleagues, questions?
Very
All
good.
right. Hearing none. Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Item 3, a resolution accepting a grant award of $10 million from the Michigan Economic Redevelopment Corporation for the US 131/Wealthy Street Interchange Project.
So moved.
Support.
Moved and supported. Mr. Berkman.
Good morning, Commissioners. Please accept $10 million.
Well, how much is it going to cost me in total, though? That's the question.
I'll tell you a little bit more about it. So our partners at the county worked to secure a early stage direct appropriation grant for the 131 and Wealthy Interchange, something that we've been talking about for some time. And this would specifically go towards looking at bringing Wealthy to at grade with 131 going over, so flipping the two. The redesign is expected to improve traffic operations and safety, reduce delays and congestion, and also improve pedestrian circulation through this area. So the outcomes from this grant will be selection of a preferred option, basically having the design ready to go, achieving the federal clearance that's necessary, having cost estimates prepared and phasing that'll have us in a position ready to bid should funding be identified for the actual construction of the project. So MDOT, the county, Grand Valley Metro Council, and DGRI will all be part of the project team as we develop this, and work is expected to take up to 5 years in terms of developing this, and there is no local match required.
And so the financial responsibility will now fall on the city to do this?
Correct.
And
So again, MDOT, we'll work closely with MDOT to try to identify and secure funding for it, but it'll take a unique funding opportunity to be able to secure that.
And you could promise me that the on-ramps are going to allow semis to get on without getting stuck, right?
You have my word.
Okay. Very good, colleagues. Any questions for Mr. Berkman? All right. Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Item 4, Grand Rapids Community College PEG grant reimbursement in the amount of $150,115.18.
So moved.
Support.
Moved and supported. I believe we've accepted these grants before. I don't know, Mr. Sain, do you want to say anything about this?
No, I can just quickly touch on it. The city quarterly receives revenue sharing funds from AT&T and Comcast, and those are used as part of a program that allows PEG access organizations to receive reimbursement for certain capital equipment, and we've identified a couple purchases that qualify for that reimbursement, so that is simply authorizing those payments.
Very good. Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 5, budget substitution request to transfer funds from infrastructure investment project to the MARB chemical storage tank lining in the amount of $89,800.
So moved.
Support.
Moved and supported. Mr. Greener, good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. In April, you approved the actual project to get these chemical tanks lined. What this does is moves the money from the IPP column over to the budget item to go ahead and get the work done.
Very good. Questions? All right, hearing none. Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item 6, resolution approving a 3-year parking operations and maintenance agreement renewal with the Convention Arena Authority regarding the Area 2 parking facility.
So moved.
Support.
Moved and supported. Ms. Casper, good morning.
Good morning. The City of Grand Rapids and the Kent County Convention Arena Authority, they own a 112-space surface parking lot behind the Van Andel Arena, and the Mobile GR Department operates the lot on their behalf. So in 2019, the City Commission approved a new operations and maintenance agreement between both entities, which was for an initial 3-year term with 2 3-year renewals. So this request is to initiate the second 3-year renewal term and has been recommended as such by the Mobile GR Commission at their Thursday, May 5th meeting, as well as by the CAA Board at their Friday, May 6th meeting.
Very good. Colleagues, questions? All right, hearing none. Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 7, 89 Monroe Center sublease renewal with the Grand Rapids African American Museum and Archives at a lease rate of $2,132.17 per month.
Support.
Moved and supported.
So since September 2016, the Mobile GR Department has sublet a storefront located at 87 Monroe Center to the Grand Rapids African American Museum and Archives. The current lease term expires on June 30th. However, the Grand Rapids African American Museum and Archives, you can't say that too fast, they recently announced that they have acquired a permanent space located off of State Street. So as a result, they will not need a full year lease renewal. So therefore, this item is requesting approval for a 6-month sublease of the space and was also recommended for approval by the Mobile GR Commission at their Thursday, May 5th meeting.
Very good. Colleagues, questions? All right. Hearing none. Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 8, ordinance amending Section 1 of the Budget Ordinance 2021-13 for fiscal year 2022, Amendment Number 10.
Support.
Moved and supported. Mr. Sandin.
Good morning. Thank you. We have about a dozen items this morning, so I'll just jump right in. The first one is from our Community Dispatch Department. They're looking to recognize and appropriate a PSAP grant award in the amount of $91,512. This will cover approved training activities for the 911 center personnel. No local match is required, and there will be no impact on the police grants fund balance. Item number 2 is for a vehicle replacement purchase for the police department. Previously, $34,000 was appropriated for this vehicle. When it was received, it did not meet specifications. The fleet management department is going to retain this vehicle and repurpose it, and the police department is now requesting an additional $18,735 to acquire the second vehicle that will meet the specifications. This will come from federal forfeitures, treasury fund balance, similar to the $34,000 previously appropriated. The police and dispatch departments would like to appropriate obsolete radio sale proceeds in the amount of $65,000. This pertains to obsolete radios that were used with the prior VHF radio system. They'd like to use $45,000 for dispatch CAD monitors and workstations, and the additional $20,000 would be used to purchase Miller Mendel's eSoft background investigation software. Again, this will have no impact on the general fund balance. The Information Technology Department is looking to appropriate some additional funds from fund balance, $238,380 from their operating funds retained earnings. This will be for various projects, most significant of which is the Microsoft Enterprise Agreement true-up of approximately $152,000 and about 5 smaller projects. The overages have been incorporated into the fiscal 23 proposed budget, so that will currently come from their retained earnings. Item number 5, the Human Resources Department is requesting the addition of an Assistant Human Resources Director to their permanent personnel roster. This position will provide continuity of services by assisting the Director of Human Resources to manage day-to-day operations and drive strategic initiatives. This position would be home-based in the HR department and funded from the general operating fund. No additional fiscal 22 funding is needed at this time. This position is included in the fiscal 23 budget proposal. Item number 6 is from the Water Department. This is for the Berger Goodwood Neighborhood Water Main Phase 1. And what this will do is recognize and appropriate an estimated expenditure reimbursement in the amount of $4.8 million. This is from the Consolidation and Contamination Risk Reduction Grant, and it's awarded by the Michigan Department of Environment, Great Lakes, and Energy. This grant agreement was approved by the Commission on June 15th of 2021, and this will have no effect on the retained earnings of the Water Improvement Fund. Item number 7 also comes from the Water Department. It's related to improvements to pumps at the Franklin Water Pump Station. Again, this would recognize and appropriate an estimated revenue and expenditure reimbursement in the amount of $6,451,660. This comes from the State of Michigan's Drinking Water Revolving Fund, provided by the Michigan Finance Authority. The department does expect principal forgiveness in the amount of nearly $2 million on this project. Again, no impact on the retained earnings of the Water Improvement Fund. Item number 8 is from the Department of Public Works. This is simply an alignment between the major and local street funds. When the budgets are completed each year, it's done according to Public Act 51, which weights the funding much more in the major streets fund than in the local streets fund. The reality is that trench repair work and the vital streets work tends to occur much more in the local streets fund, so this is simply shifting that funding. There is no overall change in appropriations between those two funds. Item number 9 is also from the Department of Public Works. It's FY22 Refuse Fund appropriations. The department is requesting to appropriate $270,000 from fund balance in order to ensure that they don't exceed approved appropriations. As anticipated, the Kent County Board of Public Works did approve tip fee increases in both the waste to energy facility as well as the material resource facility. Those were effective January 1st, 2022, and this represents the cost differential between what was budgeted and the projected annual expense. This will result in a decrease in the refuse collection fund balance. Item number 10 comes from the Parks and Recreation Department pertaining to the Golf Course Fund. They're having a really good problem currently. They have received more revenue than what had been estimated, and they're looking to appropriate some of that revenue currently for the Golf Course Fund. The revenue is running about 29% ahead of budget, and the increased traffic that generated that at Indian Trails, combined with unfortunately rising costs of construction and chemicals, are resulting in this need to appropriate some of that additional revenue. So there will be no effect on retained earnings of the Golf Course Fund. Item number 11 is from the Fiscal Services Department. It is for a grants management position, formerly an Administrative Analyst 1 position. This position is designed to centralize grants management for the city. In light of the recent COVID-19 pandemic, we've really had opportunities almost at an unprecedented level to take advantage of numerous grant opportunities, and I think beginning with the CARES grant and probably more so as we moved into the ARPA grant, we just found that we did not have the capacity to properly manage the application and back-end compliance of these grants. Additionally, historically, we've missed out on some grant opportunities due to this lack of capacity. And really, our community development department is the only one with dedicated staffing, and they just don't have the bandwidth to coordinate these grants for the entire city. We've had discussions with the comptroller department. They've expressed interest in having a centralized grant process at the city. I know there's been some frustrations with the single audit process and just some additional GASB requirements that come about from some of these larger grants. And really, this is step 2 in a process that we started by retaining Guidehouse. We kind of brought them in to take care of some of the immediate compliance and reporting needs, and this is kind of like almost a turnkey project now where we need a position to turn this work over to and bring it back in-house long-term. Item number 12, and the last one, comes from the Community Development Department, and it pertains to some recent organizational restructuring within the department. The request here is to add 1 Community Development Director position, delete 1 Administrative Analyst 1 position. That would result in additional cost of approximately $64,000. And then the last piece would be to substitute 2 Administrative Service Officer 2 positions, which would be deleted, for 2 Assistant Director positions that would be added. That would result in additional cost of $14,504. As part of the reorganization, we moved the Parks and Recreation Department and Our Community's Children into the Community Development and into the Community Services Group. This current proposed staffing model builds a leadership team to sustain effective operations in both CD and code compliance, and also accommodates the past expansion of the department responsibilities, including operation of the indigent defense system. Similar to previous position, no additional fiscal 22 funding is needed, and this request will be included in the fiscal 23 proposed budget as well. The last item I will note is the contingent balance remains at approximately $1.4 million after if this budget amendment is approved. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you for that report, sir. Colleagues, any questions for Mr. Sajan?
Thank you.
All right, hearing none. Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item 9 is our bid resolution list for May 10, 2022. Colleagues, questions about any of these items? All right, hearing none. Mr. Saint, anything important you want to point out?
Really just one item I'd like to point out. The city manager did authorize an emergency purchase on April 21st of this year. It pertained to installation of additional security cameras as well as upgrade of some of the existing cameras at the Cold Brook site. I believe this followed some destructive activity that occurred at that property, and as you're probably aware, this site is pretty important for a number of activities, including the HOT team, the fire department training facility, as well as water and distribution pumping. So this item on the bid list simply requests your ratification of that emergency purchase.
Very good. Colleagues, questions about any of these items? All right, hearing none. Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you, sir. And then item 10 is our warrant report, April 13, 2022 through April 26, 2022. Travel and funds report for March 2022. Mr. Comptroller.
Good morning, Commissioners. So for the period of time referenced there, the city released cash payments totaling approximately $28.7 million, which includes approximately $4.8 million for employee payroll expenses and approximately $1.49 million for income tax warrants during that period. In terms of quantity, those dollar amounts equated to 8,815 income tax refunds being issued and 1,200 accounts payable checks being issued. And the tables on the following pages contain the line item detail of all of the checks and expenditures issued that exceeded the amount of $20,000. Also, we have here for you our March fiscal year-to-date travel report. So this details travel spend by city department for the first 8 months of the fiscal year. And the report shows that so far we have spent $792,000, or approximately 36% of the city's total budget for the fiscal year. And then lastly here we have for you our monthly funds report. So for those that are interested in kind of the line item detail of city expenditures, those first 2 reports we looked at kind of serve this purpose. But for individuals and members of the public that are interested in learning more about what's driving parking revenues or expenditures higher or lower versus prior year, this is a great report available to the public to kind of get that first level of detail or explanation behind some of the city's operations, more qualitative than quantitative. And so that concludes the reports I have for you this morning.
Very good. Colleagues, questions for the Comptroller? All right, hearing none. That report will be received and filed. And our final item on the agenda this morning is the Treasurer's Report for April 12, 2022 through April 22, 2022. Mr. Treasurer.
Good morning, Commissioners. With our report today, we want to highlight some of the work that we've been doing. One of the major items that we undertook starting probably, I want to say 3-4 years ago, and through the connection and work that we've done with Commissioner Jones, who would point us to a number of firms we might want to take a look at. We started to take a very serious and in-depth look at our MWBE activities and looking at the minority broker dealers and the pool that are out there that we can work with. And it took some investigative work and actually a lot of investigative work, because a lot of the firms are not in the fixed income space. That's kind of a very low profit margin space. Most of those firms are, you'll find them in retirement plans and pension plans and in that area. And so we took that intentional eye to start looking at other cities, other communities that were using MWBE dealers and how we could approach them, look at their portfolio, look at their background, look at their financial status, and see if they could do the work that we were looking to do and be part of the competitive bid process. Our whole view is bringing folks to the table. We want more people to be active as broker-dealers and to competitively bid this work. And so over the past year, we're looking at 15% of our trades and 20.9% of the total volume of investments have been awarded to broker-dealers that are MWBE and have been approved by this body for us to do work with. So we're actively moving that needle. And since they don't qualify as a micro-local, they might not show up on other reports that you might see, but we're going to call them out in the treasurer's report just so you know that that work is being done, and we're taking that intentional look to make sure that no one is prohibited from being part of our competitive bid process. We're also looking at the fact that the markets are changing quickly now. So we saw the first 50 basis point increase by the Fed. We're watching the stock market decline rather rapidly. If you think about it, it's declined 12% since a high on January 4th of this year, where it was at about 36,500 points. Now, yesterday, it was 32,245. So we're all looking at that, we're all feeling that, we're all seeing that. But again, as investors, as people that have a buy and hold strategy, we're going out and securing these investments for the city, not to just trade them. We're buying these municipal bonds, we're buying these U.S. Treasuries because of the maturity dates we look at to time our investments to mature when we're having debt service and payroll and other significant needs for operations to support the city. So with these reserve funds, what we're seeing now is we're seeing the interest rates go up. Now we're seeing investments that are going to pay more than 3%. So we've been hitting targets right now going out between 2025 through 2031 and getting 3.5, and in some cases, we've gotten 4%. And that 4% is because some of the other investors are selling parts of their portfolio, and they have to sell them at such a discount right now to entice somebody to buy them. And so we're actually going out, and our broker-dealers know that we're in that position. We're looking for those types of items. And it's almost daily that we're getting calls. And that's exciting because as we look at our report, we have $520 million of reserve funds, both bond and city investment items. I think we hit our bottom in our last report at 1.28%. Now we're at 1.31. So I think we're getting down to that trough, and we're going to start moving higher as we purchase investments that are going to have a higher yield. The important thing to note is that it does take a while for it to grow. So we have about $100 million of items that will mature in the next 12 months that will be placing out on the yield curve further. But it does nothing for us if we were to try to sell and buy, because if you're selling, I'm selling at a steep discount, and that actually is selling a loss to get a higher yield, which doesn't work. We don't do that. Our strategy is buy and hold. We know when these things are coming due. We know what the interest rate is. We know what our earnings are going to be. And that's how we can have those funds available for departments to use for their budgetary purposes. So really, this is kind of an interesting time, because as rates go up, you're going to see more and more bond issues, people trying to get out there right away before it goes up another 50 basis points and another 50 basis points and another, because it's going to be more costly for them to issue that debt. And so, I think there's a flourish of activity right now. I think we're going to see a lot more coming soon from a lot of the local schools. But we're picking up interesting pieces like from the Michigan State Finance Authority, from the University of Michigan, from Western Michigan University. And in our next report, we're going to highlight some of those items with our investments so you can see exactly what we're buying and the type of rates that we're getting. And with that is my report for today.
Very good, sir. Colleagues, questions for the treasurer? All right, hearing none, that report is received and filed. And with that, we'll conclude the fiscal committee at at 8:55. Thank you.
morning, everyone. We're going to call the Community Development Committee meeting to order. Today is Tuesday, May 10th. It's 9:16 a.m. How's everyone doing this morning? Ready for the heat? Mm-hmm. Yeah, good. Our first resolution is approving a fireworks discharge permit for Strictly FX LLC for indoor special effects at the Van Andel Arena in connection with the WWE SmackDown 2022 on May 20th, 2022.
So, support.
I love saying that SmackDown part. There's something about the WWE SmackDown. I just like saying it.
Well, feel free. Yeah, this is what they sent me. It's a definite possibility for maybe what they're going to be doing. So I'm there all the time. So if it ain't right, it ain't happening.
Right.
All right.
Good deal.
Any questions or comments? All in favor, signal by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. It carries. Thanks, Ted.
See you next meeting.
Yes.
See ya. Our next resolution is a third-party agreement with Orchard Hills and McClement, Inc. to conduct phase, what is that? 16, thank you, of the previously approved Michigan Department of Transportation Congestion Mitigation and Air Quality Grant for traffic signal optimization in the amount of $300,000.
Support.
Good morning, Commissioners. So this is a two-phased approach. So back in October of 2021, you actually approved the agreement for us to enter into with the Michigan Department of Transportation for Phase 16 of signal operations. So this is actually to award the consultant contract so we can begin work, and work is scheduled to begin shortly after this is, so in June, towards the end of June, work will begin, and we're hoping to optimize another 60 to 70 signals again this year.
Great, thank you. Any questions, comments? All in favor, signal by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. It carries. Our next resolution is scheduling a public hearing. Wait, I remember there were multiple public hearings for the 24th. Can any of these be combined or no?
The next two are both Eastern.
3 and
So we
4,
could do 3 and 4 together?
5 and 6.
And 5 and 6?
Well, separate projects.
Oh, I
Sorry.
see. Okay.
Yes.
So I'll read resolutions 3 and 4 together if you all are okay with that.
Yep.
Resolution scheduling a public hearing for May 24th, 2022 to consider an obsolete property rehabilitation district pursuant of PA 146 of 2000 for Applesit Properties LLC at 2017 Eastern Avenue, as well as the application for a 12-year obsolete property rehabilitation exemption certificate.
So moved.
Okay.
Morning, Commissioners. So this is, again, this public hearing for May 24th. And again, the plan for this project includes the renovation of a vacant portion of a building at 27 Eastern Avenue Southeast for approximately 16 apartments. Of the 16 apartments, those on the ground floor will be live-work units with individual exterior entrances, and the post office will remain as a commercial tenant of the space now, which is right on Eastern itself. The project qualifies for a 12-year OPRA because it will be seeking LEED certification and proposing construct housing type that comprises less than 20% of that existing housing in the census tract where it's located. Again, the total construction costs are going to be approximately $2.9 million with hard construction costs of $2.6. Should be noted that the price point will be between 60 and 80% of the ARM median income to match the rental rates that are detailed on that table, and the applicant is working towards a 10% utilization of our inclusion plan. The applicant has submitted an application as well to the Southtown CIA for $10,000, and that will be considered next week at their Southtown CIA meeting on May 18th.
Thank you. Can you talk a little bit about what's in the building currently, so the public can kind of hear the difference between what's there now and what's to come?
So there is nothing in it. It is essentially a vacant building aside from the post office itself. It has been determined to be functionally obsolete by our city assessor, which is important to qualify for the program. So basically taking a vacant, underutilized building and creating housing units directly in that neighborhood of focus.
And the number of current stories?
I think it's two.
Two, I think.
It is two, yes. It is. It's a two-story structure, yes.
Yeah.
It's a two-story structure.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you for that. Any questions or comments, colleagues?
I don't.
All in favor, signal by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. It carries. Okay, next we have 5 and 6. Resolution scheduling a public hearing on May 24th, 2022 to consider an obsolete property rehabilitation district pursuant to PA 146 of 2000 for 8970 Byron Commerce LLC at 974 Front Avenue Northwest, as well as for a 12-year obsolete property rehabilitation exemption certificate for the same property.
So moved.
All right.
You had to think about it.
So again, another public hearing for another Oprah project. This one located at 974 Front Avenue Northwest. This is another primarily vacant building on Front Avenue that has 1- and 2-story structures across the property itself. And the plan is to rehabilitate 35,000 square feet of that for office space and the remaining for 12 residential apartments. These will also be in that between that 60 and 80% AMI for affordability in that project in the area. The hard construction costs are estimated at $9.2 million, and with the office component, again that 35,000 square feet, we're estimating 115 new jobs at roughly $29 an hour, and the project has received support from the West Leonard Business Association, the West Side CIA, and the West Grand Neighborhood Association, and will be presented tomorrow to the Downtown Development Authority for support as well.
Great. Any questions or comments?
Just, it's a great project right on the river, taking an old building and making it new again.
Yep.
All right. All in favor, signal by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. It carries. Excuse me. Our next resolution is number 7, resolution approving the Studio Park Phase 2 Residential Tower Neighborhood Enterprise Zone Exemption Certificate at 120 Ottawa Avenue Southwest and 100 Ottawa Avenue Southwest for the Studio Park Phase 2 Residential Tower Project.
Support.
So Commissioners, this is just a housekeeping matter. As you recall, in the April 26th meeting, we approved the Enterprise Zone Exemption District, and following that, it allowed the Studio Park Phase 2 developer to file their their NEZ district application, if you will, and so their certificate, and so this is just effectuating that based on the passage of creating the district at the April 26th meeting. And again, that's a 212,000 square foot, 16-story mixed-use building above the existing Studio Park ramp, 165 units. These are market rate apartments.
Any questions or comments? All in favor, signal by saying aye.
Aye.
It carries. Our 8th resolution is approving an increase of $160,000 for improvements to Rosa Parks Circle for a total not to exceed $3,033,000.
Support.
Good morning, Commissioners. As we round the final corner of construction on this important public park space in downtown Grand Rapids, our contractor has run across a few things that are failing that just need addressing. A couple of examples include the fiber optic lighting in the rink that needs some upgrading, a portion of the sewer line serving the restroom facility that has failed that just needs addressing before we close up the site and finish construction.
Great. What's your timeline looking like?
We are anticipating to wrap up here by June 1 with a grand opening that has been scheduled for June 17th.
Great. Excuse me. Any other questions or comments? All in favor, signal by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. It carries. Thank you. Next, our 9th resolution is approving a construction agreement and accepting a public utilities easement for Aventerra Forest Hills Preserve.
So moved.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
So this is for a public sanitary sewer and water main that are being constructed to serve a single and multi-family unit development that's being constructed in Grand Rapids Charter Township. So requesting your approval of our standard construction agreement and as well as the acceptance of the easement that will cover the utilities.
All right, any questions or comments? All in favor, signal by saying aye.
Aye.
It carries. You done?
I'm done.
Okay, I'm sorry, it was just like moving too fast. Our 10th resolution is awarding a contract with Ellis McLean Construction LLC for sidewalk repair at various locations, 2022-1, in the amount of $283,950, with the total amount not to exceed $305,000.
Support.
So this is the first of two contracts that we bid to handle sidewalk repairs that come to us through resident requests, as well as ADA ramp upgrades throughout the city. So the contracts are split geographically. Contract one, this item that's before you, is for the area of the city north of Fulton. 4 bids were received on April 12th, and Ellis is the low bidder in that amount of $283,950, which came in under the engineer's estimate of a little over $311,000 that was prepared. So requesting your approval of this award to Ellis with that not to exceed amount of $305,000, which will come from the Sidewalk Repair Fund as outlined in our Vital Streets investment guidelines.
Any questions or comments? All in favor, signal by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. It carries. Our 11th resolution is awarding a contract with Nago Construction, Inc. for sidewalk repairs at various locations, 2022-2, in the amount of $308,825. The total amount not to exceed $330,000.
Support.
So then this covers the area south of Fulton, and NAGO was the low of 3 bids that came in on April 12th. Their bid also under the engineer's estimate, and NAGO will be utilizing a 40% MLBE participation rate. So request your approval of this award to NAGO with that funding amount also coming from the Vital Streets Sidewalk Repair Fund.
Great.
Any questions or comments? All in favor, signal by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. It carries. Our 12th resolution is approving a grant application to the Michigan Department of Transportation Alternatives Program for $306,944 in connection with the Collindale Avenue and Barrett Street Sidewalk Project.
So moved.
So working with our partners at Grand Valley Metro Council, we were able to identify some available sidewalk funding through the TAP program. And so now we're seeking your approval to go ahead and formally submit that grant application to be installed, for sidewalks to be installed on Collindale between Lake Michigan Drive and Burritt. That's a distance of about 1,300 feet, and then west on Burritt for 300 feet, which will complete a great connection to the neighborhood in that area. Total estimated project cost for that length is $533,000, of which we're requesting that $306,944 TAP amount, with the local match coming from the Vital Streets Fund. If approved by MDOT, we anticipate construction in 2023. And also want to note that a separate project is also being designed at the same time to fully complete the sidewalk connection to the north up to Leonard. And once available funding has been identified for that project, we'll be able to be in a position to bid.
Great.
Awesome.
Any questions or comments?
Thanks for your work on that.
All in favor, signal by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. It carries. Next resolution, the 13th resolution, is approving a grant application to the Michigan Department of Transportation Alternatives Program for $251,451 in connection with pedestrian rapid flashing crossing beacons, 6 intersections.
Support.
So staff from engineering and mobile GR.
Can I just join the team with writing these? It's just like, who's putting these together? Sorry, go ahead.
All of the information you need to know is
It's right there.
Please approve.
All in one sentence.
But we've been working with Mobile GR and are recommending on this project, recommending that we submit this TAP application for those push button activated rapid flashing beacons. And the 6 locations are Bridge at Garfield, Cesar E. Chavez at Beacon, Fulton at Alton, Eastern at Logan, Lake Eastbrook Boulevard at Camelot, and West Leonard at Davis. And so this project will enhance pedestrian and bicycle safety at these locations between the sidewalk network, regional transit service, parks, schools, and our on-street bike network. The estimated project cost for all 6 is about $360,000, and that TAP grant amount would cover $251,451 of that, with the local match coming from the parking fund and some from the Vital Streets Fund. We anticipate construction in 2023 and request your authorization to go ahead and submit this application on behalf of the city.
That's great. Any questions or comments?
Well, I think we should let it be known that one of those crosswalks does not cost $400,000 like it was mentioned at our last commission meeting, but I know that our CIA is super thrilled about the one on Cesar y Chavez. They've been asking for that for a long time, so.
Okay, all in favor, signal by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. It carries. Our 14th resolution is approving an amendment to the professional services agreement with Anlon Corporation and authorizing an increase of $14,093 for Grand River Revitalization Professional Review Services for a total not to exceed amount of $165,921.
Support.
So Alon's been working with the city as well as our partners at Grand Rapids Whitewater since May of 2018, providing pre-construction services. So things like cost estimating, looking at constructability reviews of the design, and it's been valuable to have their insight and perspective at the design table. As you know, we're currently working to obtain the necessary permitting for the project, and that process has extended the schedule with Anlon. So we're seeking your approval of this amendment to their contract, which would increase their agreement in the amount of $19,446. However, remaining contingencies of a little over $5,000 will cover some of that amount, and we're asking for your authorization to have the overall net increase be that $14,093 to cover the balance. So this amendment will complete Anlon's services, and their work product will be used as the project continues with the new construction manager, and we're in the process of selecting that construction manager in collaboration with our project partners.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? Okay, all in favor, signal by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. It carries. Next, our 15th resolution is approving 3 agreements and accepting 2 sidewalk easements, each for $1, total $2, and vacated Goodrich Street from LaGrave Avenue to Jefferson Avenue Alley, and from Jefferson Avenue Alley to Jefferson Avenue.
Support.
You're laughing, Kurt?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Commissioner Rep Hard.
Can you just repeat that one more time?
Right.
There is a lot happening here, and I'll try my best to highlight the essentials. But this segment of Goodrich, so that piece between LaGrave and Jefferson, was previously vacated. The street was vacated in 1996. Now St. George and Trinity Health in that area are also working together to vacate the Jefferson Alley, which runs between their 2 properties. So as part of that process, it led to the need to handle what's before you today. They would like to vacate the court-ordered sidewalk easements that were done in connection with the vacation in 2000. So when we vacated the street, we left sidewalk easements to remain. The issue with that was then when the state received that, they interpreted it as being public right-of-way, which effectively splits the lots along that what should have been an easement. And so at this time, they're working to basically undo that split that effectively happened with the severing of the sidewalk easements called right-of-way. So before you today, there are 3 agreements that are part of this resolution. The first is an encroachment agreement with the church. This was originally a requirement of construction when they built a canopy and portion of their building in the area of our utilities, and that was agreed to, but the agreement was never signed. And so we're cleaning that up and taking care of that as part of this action. And the other two agreements are to enter into a sidewalk easement following the vacation process. So we'll kind of wipe the slate clean, then put a sidewalk easement back where it was originally intended. And then finally, part of this action is there are two sidewalk and utility easements that will be accepted upon the completion of that vacation. So request your approval of this action.
Great. Any follow-up questions or comments, colleagues? There being none, all in favor signal by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. It carries. Our 16th resolution is approving an agreement with MDOT for the reconstruction of College Avenue from Leonard Street to Sweet Street and authorizing $3,795,000 for the local share of project costs.
Support. So this project will reconstruct College between Leonard and Sweet Street, a distance of about a half mile, including curb and gutter, bulb outs at the intersection to calm traffic and reduce crosswalk distances, new ramps, water main improvements, including 55 lead service line replacements, rain gardens and street trees, with construction anticipated in 2023. Total estimated project cost is a little over $4.6 million, and there is an almost $800,000 surface transportation program grant that's been made available for this project, so it's going through MDOT. The bids were actually opened this past Friday, May 6th, so after this agenda item was prepared, and pleased to report that bids came in under estimate. K&R is the low bidder with a reported bid of just over $3.2 million, with the estimate having been a little over $3.4 million. The local share of the cost for the project is comprised of Vital Streets funding, the Water System Fund, and there's an estimated revenue reimbursement of almost $1.8 million through the State Drinking Water Revolving Fund as part of this as well. So asking for your approval to go ahead and approve the agreement with MDOT and also authorize $3,795,000 for our local share of the project.
Just one quick question. Can you share a little bit about the timeline for the project?
Yeah, so it's targeted for 2023. We don't yet have, a specific month as to when that'll start. There'll be some flexibility granted, but typically MDOT stipulates a range of dates that it has to be completed in, and then the number of days. And so we have that available, but I don't yet know when the contractor would plan to start.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments, colleagues? All in favor, signal by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. It carries. I think this is our last resolution. Okay. The 17th resolution is approving a cost-sharing agreement in the amount of $202,400 with the City of East Grand Rapids in connection with rotomilling resurfacing of streets at various locations, contract 2020-2.
So moved.
So we reconstructed a portion of Hall Street last year, and East Grand Rapids resurfaced a portion of Hall Street as well. This is the gap in between. So between Sylvan and Plymouth, it's a borderline street in both the city as well as East Grand Rapids. And so we'd like to use our existing rotomill and resurface contract to go ahead and take care of this missing segment either later this month or in early June. And so the resolution before you is for the approval of a cost-sharing agreement with East Grand Rapids, splitting it 50-50 with each community's share estimated to be $101,200.
Any questions or comments? Alex? I know when we were participating with East Grand Rapids for the street renaming of Franklin to Martin Luther King Jr., the residents on Franklin in East were really pleased with the work that had been done on Franklin in Grand Rapids and asked us to advocate on their behalf for construction to be done on Franklin, well, now MLK in East. So when you have your conversations with them about this, you can let them know that their residents aren't happy with Franklin, now MLK.
We'll pass that along.
Up to Plymouth, because they noticed that east of Plymouth, it was a different experience. So they felt like they were the forgotten neighbors within East.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments? There being none, all in favor, signal by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. It carries. I was just happy that they were happy with our roads. Right. Like, I was like, oh, thank you. Right. Have a great day, everybody. Thank you so much for your time. Meeting
All right, good morning, everyone, and welcome to our Committee of the Whole meeting on this spring day of May 10th. We're going to start off today. We do have, Commissioners, we do have quite a long agenda before us. We have a total of 19 items, and 18 of them are action items. But before we get to the action items, I'm going to just take a moment, I see James Hurt in the back, and do what we've done actually the last several years, and that is to recognize and thank our Public Works employees. So I'm going to come up here and I'm going to ask James to join me, and I'll give him this proclamation.
Mayor, we'd like to ask all of our public work employees to join us as James comes forth to accept on their behalf.
All right. Yes, please come join us. I know City Manager and all my colleagues are grateful for the incredible work that you do year-round, 24/7. City Manager, you going to join us? I'll read this and then I'll turn it over to James to say a few words. Good? Welcome. Good to have you all here. Whereas public works infrastructure, facilities, and services are a vitally important part of our community to sustain our resilient community and the public health, safety, and well-being of citizens and visitors of the city of Grand Rapids. Whereas such facilities and services could not be provided without the dedicated efforts of City of Grand Rapids Public Works professionals who have responsibilities within facilities, fleet maintenance, forestry, engineering, parks, recycling, refuse collection, street maintenance, traffic safety, drinking water, and wastewater around the clock to ensure the health, safety, and quality of life in our community. And whereas it is the mission of all public works professionals to use sustainable solutions to bring their communities the highest possible quality of life within a framework of environmental, social, and economic responsibility. Whereas the year of 2022 marks the 62nd Annual National Public Works Week, sponsored by the American Public Works Association. Now therefore, I, Rosalind Bliss, Mayor of our great city, do hereby proclaim the week of May 15th through the 21st as National Public Works Week in the city of Grand Rapids. And I ask all of our citizens to remember our public works professionals and join us in recognizing the substantial contributions that they make to protect our health, safety, and quality of life. That's right, that's right. Do you want to say something? Do you want to say a few words?
I'd be happy to. Well, good morning. This is one of those days that I truly appreciate. The opportunity to extend our appreciation to the men and women of this organization who day in and day out dedicate their work to serving this community. I was trying to do a quick calculation of the number of employees that touch some form of public works in this organization. It's probably about 40 to 45% of our employees are out there day in and day out serving this community. So this is just a sample, a representation of those employees. And I just want to take an opportunity to say thank you for all your good work, and I really appreciate working alongside you. So thank you so much.
You're welcome. Get everybody up here for a picture.
Move on down.
All right, lead the way.
I'll lead the way.
We'll have our colleagues stand up behind us. I know all of us have called on you for, thank you. Many things last year. Hi.
Let's get a roll going
Yeah,
here.
come on in. Couple rows.
You guys actually work together, know each other. I would like to note, Mayor, that James Hurt took the Canfield stroll on the way to the mic. He took his time to get to the mic.
All right, thank you, Commissioners. All right, that will take us to our first action item. This is a resolution approving a request for me to attend the U.S. Conference of Mayors event summer meeting that's in Reno this year on the 1st of June. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Support.
All right, moved and supported. I should also add, Commissioners, I know last year I was given permission to attend the summer meeting for the U.S. Conference, and it was canceled. So I'm not sure I let you all know that. So with that, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? It carries. All right, next that will take us to a resolution approving the discharge of consumer-grade fireworks annually on June 19th in observance of the Juneteenth holiday. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Support.
All right, moved and supported. We have Ms. Pittman here to tell us about this.
Good morning. So this resolution will suspend the ordinance so that consumers or residents can discharge consumer-grade fireworks. This is supported by both the fire and police department.
Thank you. And I just want to say thanks to Yvette. I know I had received a request to do this, to make this an annual allowable event for fireworks in our city. And I know we get lots of calls over the summer around fireworks, and we often respond to those calls and let people know the windows of time and days when fireworks are allowed and permitted under state law. So we'll make sure that we update that calendar so that people know that this is allowable.
Thank you.
Commissioner?
Thanks, Yvette, for the presentation. Can you just quickly share if it'll follow the same trend as the other holidays where you can release fireworks the day before and the day after?
So the resolution, as stated right now, is that it would only be on June 19th.
All right, thanks. All right, it is an important question, because we're going to get the phone calls. All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, it carries. All right, next that will take us to a resolution to temporarily extend enforcement of compliance with local cannabis industry commitments to City Commission policies 900-58 and 900-59 until August 10th of 2022. Can I get a motion?
Moved.
All right, moved and supported. And Commissioners, we have our planning director here, and this is a follow-up to our conversation at our last meeting, and really just provides more time, and I'd say more time in general, but also because there are a number of other priorities right now for us to work through. So, Ms. Turkelson?
Thank you, Mayor. I think you still have my presentation. But good morning, City Manager, Mayor, and Commission. Thank you for this opportunity to present before you today. I do apologize for not being present on the April 26th meeting, but know that I did connect with Deputy City Manager Behrens. I connected with my team, and I had the pleasure of watching the entire recorded segment. So I'm aware of the conversations, aware of the questions, and we are working hard to answer those questions so that we can circle back with you to complete this discussion. So in the short term, we are asking for a short-term temporary extension. And this, in some ways, is not unfamiliar. Over the past few years, we have brought several policies forward. If you think about the temporary extension, the COVID policy, if you will, to allow for greater flexibility in outdoor space, we learned at that time that our ordinances in place weren't quite as nimble as we needed them to be to respond to a global pandemic. So we needed a little bit more flexibility. And so we enacted that temporary short-term policy for us to be able to respond to the conditions that were in place. So we learned at that time, and we had to adjust. So as a city, we're really dedicated to the outcomes, the equitable outcomes and opportunities by leading with racial equity, and we want to address the root causes of disparity. We want better, but we recognize that our tools in some ways are somewhat limited by proposal too. So that's why in 2018 and in 2020, we conceived of these alternative pathways, and that included the discussion or the creation of that nonprofit as part of our plan, because we know that the nonprofit can act with a level of intentionality that the city cannot. So the framework and the concept of My Vida is innovative. There was no successful roadmap that we could use at that time, and there's really not one right now. But we created policies
policies with the right intentions. So since that time, we've achieved good outcomes. We really have. So if we solely focus on the pass or fail at this point, I'm not sure that that's the right way to look at it, because we have achieved good outcomes that have been previously reported. And so it previously reported if it were not for that work. So I want us to continue to focus on our efforts of how we achieve those outcomes that the city needs and the city wants. So as we move forward, we should celebrate what we have accomplished, and that was really the essence behind our April 26 recommendation. So as the mayor stated, this is a short-term 90-day extension on compliance deadlines for operators who have had their licensing coming due now or will come due within the next 3 months. So if it's approved, this extension would allow for us to approve the license renewals that are coming due, which would allow the state to consider renewals through their respective processes. So it's a short-term extension, as I stated, that will provide us with the time needed to complete this discussion. So thank you for your consideration, and me and a few others will be available for questions.
Great, thank you. Commissioners, any questions or comments? Commissioner Moody?
Yeah, thank you, Mrs. Turkelson. This is just for license renewal only, not new license of any kind. Is that correct?
Correct. So any licenses that are coming due, any local business licenses for cannabis that are coming due, this would allow us to process that renewal despite any, irregardless of where the social equity status compliance is.
Thank you. That's what I wanted to hear.
Okay. Thanks, Commissioner. Any other questions, Commissioner?
Thank you so much. No apology needed. Thank you for doing the back work to kind of see where we all were in our last meeting. So just so that I'm clear, the renewal, what's the timeline for those renewals? And then in the event that we're able to bring some clarity to My Vida and Sativa in a way that obviously when we were talking a couple weeks ago, we weren't necessarily all kind of thinking along the same lines. But once we get to a point where we're able to bring clarity there, then what happens with those licenses that have been renewed?
Mm-hmm. So the licensing is, think of it like a rolling process, okay? So everybody is on a different licensing track based on when they obtain their state license. And so every operator will have a different date. So what we're really focused on right now is those operators that have had their licenses come due, have submitted their city license. We are not able to process those. Well, we could deny them, I suppose, but right now because of this discussion, we haven't denied them, but we also can't approve them because, again, it's reflective of the current conditions, the current conversations that we're having. And so those licenses or operators that have submitted local licenses or that are coming due within the next 30 days, we would be able to approve their license that would allow them to move forward through the state process.
Sure. And what's the length of the approval? So if my license is renewed, then when is the next time I'll need to renew that license?
It's an annual licensing process.
So essentially this 90-day approval period allows for an additional year to the non-compliant cannabis businesses.
For those operators that have licenses coming due, you are correct.
Within the 90 days. Okay, so is it possible to extend existing licenses through the 90 days? And the reason I'm asking it this way, because I think there's a difference between saying, here's a year, and saying, we're trying to figure out a few things. Can we extend the existing license, through the 90 days or however many months you think it'll take to bring closure to the open-ended items that we have? I think, and I'm not necessarily opposed to a year, but how it's been presented, I think it poses confusion, and I also think it adds inequity, because if my license isn't due within the 90 days, then I'm in a different position than someone else's license that is due within the 90 days. So they can essentially get an approval that I may not get at the 100th day. And it's not my fault, but it's all the same issue. So if you extend licenses of everyone's current license by 90 days, or whatever amount of time you think you need, then everybody has the same opportunity. Everybody is then able to rectify their lack of compliance on the same playing field.
I'm going to defer to the city attorney's office, please.
Thank you.
Ms. Beebe.
Good morning, Commissioners, Mayor.
Good morning.
City Manager, Ms. Hitchcock. I want to make sure I understand your question before I answer it. You mentioned, is there a way to extend it for everyone, even those that fall outside of the window of time that we're extending this? Is that your question?
Yeah, my question is, can we extend every existing license, recognizing that they're all on a rolling calendar, by 90 days or whatever it is that you all are proposing? So then every existing license will be treated equally.
Okay. As written, the current policy that's being put before you today doesn't read that way?
Correct.
Right.
I'm not,
So-
I recognize that.
Right, so we would have to take that back to the drawing board.
Sure.
And come back with a suggestion of language for that.
Mhm.
It's kind of a complicated issue, as Ms. Turkelson mentioned, how it, we have a licensing extension till August, and some people would fall outside that window, and since it is an annual basis and everyone's on a different timeline, we would have to go back and revise the language, kind of game plan how that would look. It should also be noted that even though at the local level, if we give them extension until August, we still have no control over what the state does. So the department would still be sending out the notices required, the reporting that's required to the state. So there's still that possibility that the state could deny their renewal or not issue them a new license based on our reporting. So we're not pausing the reporting. So if someone's currently non-compliant, that will still be sent to the state. They're not compliant, but they will also have a copy of our new policy showing that we're giving this extension. So what I'm saying is at the local level, while we would be pausing in our enforcement activities, the state could still deny a license at the state level, which would turn around and cause us to deny them a license at the local level.
Could the state still deny license at the state level with this extension that's proposed in this current resolution?
They could. We
Okay,
have
so
no
then-
control over that.
So that's a non-issue. Okay, so the only thing I'm asking really is, can we, across the board, make sure that every business is impacted the same by extending their existing license by the 90 days? And then you don't have a flurry of calls for people who may be on that 100th day for their renewal. I just think that's the best thing to do to take care of everyone equitably.
Mayor.
Yeah, City Manager, go ahead. And let me see if there's other questions.
I wonder, Commissioner Lanier, I think we initially are trying to create this safe harbor period, do no harm while we figure this out. I'm wondering if we can come back and address the equal treatment question that you're asking at the end of this 90-day period for whatever we do, to make sure it has the same impact on all industry licensees in our city, and to be thoughtful about what that change would mean for not only the vote today, but I think we know exactly what would happen today. I think to make sure that we treat everyone equally, as you said, it may be preferable to give us more time before the 90-day period to see what else would need to change via ordinance, policy-wise, to make that happen.
Yeah, I think that's one way of addressing it, but the other way really could be is to rewrite this to address it on the front end. I actually think that we are continuing to drive ourselves in a predicament where someone's going to be unhappy. And we need to look at this, I think, holistically. And so I appreciate the thought in trying to create the 90 days so that those who are immediately harmed can be addressed. But I just think it's going to open up another can of worms that we haven't thought about. And so I think if we could just rewrite this language. And, I'm happy to even propose something different to adjust this so that then everyone would have the same opportunity. Now, I recognize that you're proposing 90 days, which I'm assuming means that you're prepared to have a resolution going forward within the 90 days. I think that's ambitious, to be honest, in light of everything that we have on our plates right now. And so, even going back to the conversation we were having last time, if it was 6 months of extending existing licenses for everyone that's there, which gives us time to develop the alternatives to what's already in place, I think is the best solution.
All right, let me hear from a few others that have their hands up, and then we'll decide how best to move forward. Commissioner?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just, I'm in support of the policy as written. This is, I come to this from a place of, as I mentioned last time, like businesses want to know what the lay of the land is, and they want to follow the rules. And again, we're trying to figure out what those rules look like. But the policy as written today to give the 90-day renewal is I think perfectly acceptable as we try to navigate this complex issue. I come to this from a place that the industry is here. We have created a framework to allow the cannabis industry to operate in the city of Grand Rapids. And while some changes have been made along the way, I come from this holistically saying, I want this industry in Grand Rapids. I'm not trying to be punitive. I'm not trying to put anybody into a position where they've made an investment in our community. They've reinvested in buildings and locations that were, probably not serving their highest and best use, and now are productive assets and productive real estate locations in our community that have created jobs, that have brought in, countless dollars of investment, that have at some point we're going to start to see some of the dollars come back in from the state as it relates to the recreational cannabis sales. And so I believe I want to get to yes, and I want to find something that works. I'm not I feel like, there's some folks at the dais here that just want this industry not to exist. And the Pandora's box has been open. We have cannabis in Grand Rapids, and I don't want it to go away. And I'm not trying to create a thing that's punitive and punishes a business that thought they were doing the right thing when they made an investment in our community and tried to, I have to take it at face value that I believe that these businesses thought they were doing the right thing, that they were following the path that we laid out that we wanted them to follow, and now we're in a position, yes, things have changed for a variety of reasons, but we can get to yes on this, and we can make this work. And I think this giving a 90-day window right now is the path, the best course we can follow to give our administrative team and our legal department an opportunity to rectify the concerns, to bring the businesses on board, to get their buy-in to do what they believe they were, the commitments they believe that they were making, that they are satisfied in some regards, and ones that they haven't been able to satisfy, they find a path to satisfy them in another direction. So I support this. I don't want to debate this anymore. I just let's vote on the thing and get it done with. And if you want to vote no, vote.
Okay, thanks, Commissioner. Commissioners, any other comments or questions? Commissioner?
Commissioner, I don't know if I'm going to entertain your comment or not. I'm really trying to determine. I recognize that you don't have an equity lens, and so you don't see policy through that lens. And I understand that, and I'm okay with that, but I do. And so this isn't about actually getting rid of the industry. This is really about making sure that every business who's impacted by this is taken care of on the front end. Because what we keep doing is, on the back end, keep creating new things. And the very confusion that you have spoken of is going to be created by a vote for this. Because the next few businesses who will be impacted will be the next few people who will be in front of us, coming to our meetings and speaking public comment and sending us emails and requesting individual meetings. The way you put it to bed is by bringing something before this body that impacts the entire roster of businesses that have businesses in our city, and then you move forward with correcting whatever it is that needs correction. You can't piecemeal this, because even though you may bring clarity to one group of businesses, you create confusion for the other. And again, I'm not expecting you to fully understand that, and that's okay.
All right, I'm going to ask a concrete question of our planning director. Mr. Colson, do you think, with the policy before us, are you confident that the extension to August 10th provides enough time for your department to do the work in partnership with a number of other internal departments and individuals in our community, in the industry, and in our neighborhoods, to come back in July with a recommendation? So I'm just asking timeline. Is this a realistic timeline where we feel like we can have the hard conversation, come up with a solution, and move forward by August 10th?
I want to say yes. And let me preface something first. So some of it is we've done a lot of work, and we've understanding the challenges with the agendas for all of you and the time to have these conversations. So some of that answer I feel like isn't necessarily within my control, but yes, we have the capacity and the resources to do the work, to have the conversations, providing that there is space for those conversations to be held. Okay. The reason I selected 90 days, we could say 120 days. I didn't want to be arbitrary, but it was trying to keep it as conservative as possible, so that we can address the immediate challenges we have before us, but not provide extensions and latitudes to businesses that may not need it. Because in 90 days, depending on the outcome or the decisions of this body, may determine whether or not, the options 1, 2, or 3 will depend on whether or not an extension is even necessary. And so, again, we were trying not to provide latitude to businesses that simply don't need it yet at this point. We can always do an extension again if absolutely necessary. We again did it for the COVID outdoor space policy, but trying to be conservative, make good informed decisions, but not provide extensions and latitude to those that don't need it at this point.
Okay. All right. I'm going to see if there's any other comments. I'm comfortable moving forward with the 90-day extension and taking the time that's needed in June and July to figure this out. I think the industry deserves that. We need to come to a conclusion. I recognize, based on the conversation we had at our last meeting, there are very mixed feelings around this body, and some people likely will not support it and some people will, but we at least need to get to a point where we have something before us to vote on. So, Commissioner.
Thanks, Mr. Colson. Thank you, Mayor. Can you share, to Commissioner Lanier's point, how many licenses at this point, from that, and that would need to be renewed at this point? So that's why I understand in this, if we could have that number from like a 3-month extension to the 6-month piece. I think that, Commissioner Lanier, until you brought up the 6-month piece, that was not something that I was thinking about. August seems far away, but thinking about what we've had in front of us over these last couple months, and then hearing you say that we could do an extension again, that's what I'm trying to weigh at this moment. So if you could share those numbers, that'd be great.
Might be a dramatic pause as I look behind me here. I'll allow a cannabis manager to answer that question, please.
Yes, good morning, Commissioner. We have about a dozen licenses right now that need some decision from what's part of the planning review during the Excella local licensing process. The local licenses in Grand Rapids expire on the same date as those that are issued by the state. So those dates will match. We work using a quarterly, every quarter we have different forms of reporting. If it's not self-reported by the industry, it's an annual city inspection. So those are kind of like the blocks that we work with. And as of right now, we have in the queue about a dozen licenses that need some municipal decision on, as it relates to planning and the zoning compliance.
Thank you. Commissioner, do you have a follow-up question?
Yeah, Commissioner, did that answer? Is that both 90 and?
You said that was right now. And then if thinking about that timeline until August, and then what would it be
August
if it
and
was?
November. Like that next quarter?
Yes,
That's the
yes,
question you're asking.
yes.
So that's what it is.
Thank
at
you.
this
Sorry, I was writing my notes.
At this moment, I think the commissioner's curious, is there another 12 come August through November? Is it 1 or 2? Who falls after that 90 days that we may need to be concerned about?
We have, I don't have the exact number right now, but we have probably about half a dozen operators within the next quarterly period in terms of licenses that would need also some decision on the local licenses for cannabis businesses. One thing that I wanted to point out is that because our local licenses, they match the expiration date of the state licenses issued by the CRA, the operators and their licenses are scattered throughout the year. So it's not like on December 31st, everyone is up for renewal. It's based on the dates that when they received the state licensure. So we're looking at, within the entire year, different pockets of licensing decisions that need to be made at a local level.
Okay, that's helpful. But we don't know if in the next quarter from August to November, if the 6 that need a renewal are ones that would not be in compliant, or that they may be ones that we could renew automatically without any concerns, correct?
We will conduct the annual inspections for all of those facilities, say the facilities with expirations within the Q3 period. We will conduct those within Q2. So we will get an idea of what their level of compliance is, along with other zoning and licensing elements. So we always will conduct those annual inspections in advance of those quarterly periods when they need to start working on the local licensing renewals.
And at this point, we don't know out of that half a dozen how many are not in compliance.
We have not conducted those inspections just yet.
Okay, so we're trying to solve the problem right now around enforcement for non-compliance for the licenses that need additional time while we figure out next steps.
That would be correct, Mayor.
Okay, okay, thanks. Commissioner?
Correct me if I'm wrong, so with the state license renewal matching the city's license renewal, there's currently 12 operators who are in non-compliance with the state. And we have informed the state licensing agency of our plan in hopes that the state licensing agency does not revoke or non-renew these operators. And so again, I think part of the urgency of this matter is we've asked for a window of time in hopes that the state gives grace at the state level for their state license so that they can continue operating at the local level with their local license, which we're extending some grace on. But I think the longer we kick the can down the road without a plan, the less grace we'll probably get from the state in terms of the state wanting to renew licenses. So again, there's an industry here. I'd hate to be on the receiving end of non-compliance where this entity, this body, was responsible for shutting down an entire industry.
All right, Commissioner Jones.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks to the city staff for the explanation on this morning and the answering of the questions. I continue to be reminded of the complexity of all of this, and I also feel the need to suggest that additional breathing room be provided. And I know that we are recommending a 3-month period. And I'd like to, in light of what has been talked about on this morning, I'd like to suggest that we consider a 6-month and that we just, again, give staff the opportunity to get this done. I'm leaning heavily on the wisdom of the staff and recognizing that, again, there are elements of this that are just well above my head because of some of the legal ramifications, and this is something that we have I think a skilled staff to help us with this, and so I'm afraid of the 3-month window. I understand the need to operate, I think, from a conservative perspective in terms of wanting to, not have this go too long. But my hope is that in giving a 6-month extension, maybe it's done in 4 months, or again before 6 months. But I just think that that's a lot of pressure, additional pressure, to try to get this done within a 3-month period. So that would be my recommendation, colleagues, is we consider 6 months.
So, Commissioner, are you going to make a motion to amend the resolution and change the date from August 10th. I'm looking at the calendar. We have a commission meeting on November 15th. Do you want to make that motion? Okay. So I'll let you repeat it.
I'd like to amend the motion to change the date from August the 10th to November the 15th, therefore giving a 6-month time period in place of the originally recommended 3-month period.
Okay, and is there support for that amendment? All right, doesn't look like there's support for your amendment, so it looks like what's before us again is the original resolution giving us until August 10th. I think if there are no other comments, I'm going to call the question
Mayor-
so I can get a sense of where the
Mayor, I had
body
my
is on
hand
this.
raised a while ago.
Go ahead.
So I think that, a couple things. I think that the resolution as it's written here on the agenda, I actually think that it isn't written appropriately. It says a temporarily extend enforcement of compliance. This is not what you're requesting. You're requesting a renewal of license. I think this is misleading because what I'm proposing actually is an extension. Because you're saying within this window of time, you want to renew a license, which then gives that provider, those 12 providers, another year, while the other, I don't know, however many that are impacted by this, 18, let's say, will not have the same opportunity. So in light of that, and in light of the conversations that have been held here, I'd like to make a motion. And the motion is to extend the existing licenses for all MyVita and Sysviva cannabis providers through that November 15th date. November 10th or 15th, 2022. And then that way, that's the motion. And then my belief is that at that point, everybody gets an extension. That can be communicated back to the state of Michigan. It helps every single provider to get their renewal as they're requesting. And then at the same time, the city staff and the group that's working on this can come back to the commission during that time. And like Commissioner Jones said, and it could be earlier than the 6 months, but at least it gives you time to be able to work on a resolution. So that's the motion.
Commissioner, I'm going to ask for clarity, though, because I do think that potentially my understanding is that legally that could be problematic.
I haven't heard that.
I don't think the state can issue a 12-month renewal if we only extend for 3 to 6 months. I think that's, maybe I'm misunderstanding what our city attorney's
I haven't
office
heard
just
that yet. You may be right, but I haven't heard that.
shared.
Mayor, if we could,
Yeah.
if you will allow us, before you vote on that, to have the language vetted legally. I'm not getting confirmation from city attorney. Then we can table this item and bring it back by the end of Cal with the staff analysis to make sure that the language is good. I think we understand what we're trying to get to. We need more time. We can't figure this out as we're currently doing it.
Well, can I just ask a clarifying question, though? So one, that's my understanding of state law. So if you can clarify that, city attorney, I don't know if you have the answer now. Secondly, if we really want to give a 12-month and where everyone within the industry would have an additional 12 months, we probably should just change this language to 12 months.
That's not what I'm saying.
Okay, all right. So Amber, can you, or city attorney?
So a couple things, point of order. I have a motion that I'm trying to put on the floor. City manager, I respect your request of getting the right language for the motion. So because it's my motion, there isn't any time to discuss it because it's not on the floor yet because there have been so many interruptions here. So I would like for the city staff, the city manager, and the city attorney to come back with the language. And by the end of Cal, like you said, to table it so that we can come back to the discussion. Then that way we don't have to go back and forth with the what, ands, buts, or suppose at this moment. It'll give you time, the time that you need to do what the city manager just requested.
Okay.
So
and
that's
I'm
what
just-
I'd like to do.
All right, I'm looking at my city attorney to see if I need to call for a second on your motion.
What I think if they change the language to the motion, if they come back with different language to the motion,
see what
then
you're
it'll be a totally different motion. So I'm saying let them do what they need to do based on what they're saying, and then we can come back to this discussion later in the agenda.
But what I'm wondering is if, because of our ordinance, can we even do this?
Okay, so a policy cannot trump the language of the ordinance. So currently the licensing ordinance reads one way. The policy addresses enforcement and compliance. As far as,
Can you be more specific?
so we have a licensing ordinance that's separate from the zoning ordinance. The conditions that these operators agreed to are tied to the zoning ordinance. And then the operators actually need the zoning, we'll call it zoning clearance, before they can get a local license typically.
So then that may be part of the language that could be brought forth. I think part of it is that you're trying to solve something on the fly, and I get it. And I think somebody needs to take heed to what the city manager is suggesting, which is to have some conversations and then come back before the end of this meeting. I think is the best thing to do.
So we have good information.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm happy to do it. Commissioners, are you all okay with that? We'll move this to the end of Cal. We'll get through some of our other action items, and then we'll have it come back.
Point of order, Mayor, do we need a motion to table that then?
I don't
Or-
think so. If it stays on the cow, we can decide to move agenda items around and have it come back. So as long as it's within the same meeting, we can revisit it.
I think it's always good to follow the Roberts rules, and it should be tabled officially.
But it's
That's
not
just
tabled
my
for,
thinking.
it's not tabled for another meeting.
We're just changing
We're just
Postpone is
Yeah.
a different meeting. Table is the same meeting.
No, city attorney says we're just changing we're just moving it down on the agenda. So,
Okay.
all right. I'm
You're
confirming
good.
with the city attorney. Okay. That's who I look to for legal advice on parliamentary rules. So, all right. So let's move to item number 5, and we'll come back to item number 4 once our city staff have a chance to take into consideration our current conversation and discussion. Okay, so next we'll go to a resolution determining the necessity of a special assessment roll 8768 for the Downtown Improvement District. Can I get a motion?
Support.
All right, moved and supported. Commissioners, we have Mr. Tim Kelly here to talk about this item. We did have additional information in our packet to address some questions that were raised. Mr. Kelly, you want to tell us about this item?
Good morning, everyone.
Is your microphone on?
I thought it was,
Yep,
but now it is. There we go. Good morning again. So request before you is to approve the resolution of necessity for the Downtown Improvement District for fiscal year 23. As the mayor mentioned, this was introduced back in March, and we held a public hearing in April. Just a real quick reminder of the changes proposed for the one-year extension. We're recommending an increase in the district-wide assessment of 5%. That's the first increase since FY20. We are proposing to include non-taxed organizations back on the roll at a discounted rate of 60%. And then lastly, to include residentially classified properties or condos to the roll at a flat rate of $120 a year. We did include that FAQ in the packet to respond to the questions that came up at the hearing, but if there are any other questions that you all have, I'd be happy to answer those. My colleague Melvin Elledge is also here to help, so thank you.
Great, thank you, Mr. Kelly. Commissioners, any questions or comments? Commissioner?
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Can you, I think this was maybe in the first meeting, because then I know we had a delay with the notice. I think you mentioned, or maybe Melvin had mentioned, how many individuals that were preemptively paying this, like deciding to make this contribution sort of voluntarily?
That would be for the non-taxed organizations you're talking
Class
about?
C,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's roughly 50%. Yep.
Yeah, thanks, good question. Commissioner?
I think my only question, Tim, is for the residents, the $120, that's a 1-year approval as well, correct? So we'll discuss that again in the future.
That's correct. Yeah, this is a 1-year extension of the plan.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Go ahead, Commissioner.
So, Mr. Kelly, how are you today?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm well.
Good.
Well, it's nice out. So, you know that we've been kind of hearing the concerns from some residents regarding the flat 120. And I'm just curious to know then if you had, to the question that Commissioner Isasi asked, about 50% of them kind of willing and interested in contributing. What would be the harm in allowing all of them and encouraging all of them to kind of contribute to this as opposed to assessing them directly? And I recognize that, and I know many of you, because it's in your ward, will be having those conversations with residents, but I'm just curious to know, like, everybody's circumstances are different. And so what consideration have you all had internally about that? And then I also think that the relationship of your constituents then will be kind of fractured a little bit. And then how do you propose to get around that in the event that this is approved?
Yeah, great questions, and it's something we have given a lot of thought to. A couple points. One is that when we say residents, so currently apartment renters do pay into the assessment because those properties are classified commercially. This is just for the condo owners. We do have, through our downtown neighbor network, we have a structure in place to have conversations with condo owners. And part of why we didn't want to come with the suggestion or recommendation about what those funds would be used for is because we want to have additional conversations with them to make sure that the funds that they would be contributing would go toward residentially specific projects, programs. So we want to use the time between now and when the bills go out to really identify what that will be and give them further opportunity to provide input.
So you recognize that, you know, some of their concerns is tied to, you know, the operating budget for DGRI and what types of purchases that DGRI is able to make. And so for them, it feels like, so why do you need my little bit of money when you're able to, you know, spend millions of dollars on properties and things of that nature? What would you say to that?
So I know it gets a little confusing when we're talking about DGRI. You know, obviously the DDA funding goes towards certain activities and priorities. The TIFA, the same. The DID is a very specific tool for very specific projects, primarily maintenance and beautification. And we really want to use this opportunity to bring residential condo owners into this conversation so that they can help direct some of these resources. I would also add, I know we did have some opponents show up at the hearing. We do also have a number of people that have indicated their support. And so we also want to make sure that we're responding to their comments too.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thanks. Good distinction. All right, Commissioners, any other questions? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? It carries. All right, next that will take us to an overview of fiscal year 2023 authority and district budget requests. So Commissioners, we have Mr. Gracia here today. We have a number of BID and SID budgets before us, as well as economic development, smart zone. And so we are going to turn it to Mr. Gracia to give us an overview of all of these items, and then we'll take them up one by one. Is that
Yep.
correct, right?
Items 6 through 18.
Just want to make sure that, I saw the look, I'm like, I want to make sure that's exactly, so yes, so we'll have an overview of items 6 through 18, and then we'll come back and we'll have to vote on each of them individually.
Yes.
Thank you.
And I'll have Mr. Kelly be part of the second half of this presentation as it relates to DDA and Monroe North TIFA. So,
great, thanks.
Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, Commissioners, City Manager. So again, this is our fiscal year 23 budget appropriations for the Economic Development Department, DDA, and Monroe North TIFA. I'm going to give some context first as it relates to where we've been in the outcomes of the calendar year 2021 in terms of project impacts from the department. You may have seen this report before. Again, so last year, calendar year, we secured over $181 million of investment, private investment, through projects that came through our office. That resulted in a little over 2,400 jobs committed and retained at average wages of over $27.54. and total income taxes of $638,000. Now, what's important about those 8 projects, 5 of those projects were located in neighborhoods of focus. So over $40 million of that $180 million were projects that were are underway and approved in neighborhoods of focus. And just to give you a quick summary, it's a Victory on Leonard, which is a housing project, 1601 Madison, 730 Leonard, 1002 Hall, and the Blackmore expansion, all neighborhoods of focus, which is important for our work as we look to drive investments and provide job opportunities for those folks in those neighborhoods. Another related point that I want to make sure that we highlight as it relates to equity outcomes is our inclusion plan. So as you know, in the calendar year 21, we required all projects that are seeking support from development support to complete an inclusion plan, to have intentionality around seeking contracts with MBE, WBE, and MLBE. I also want to highlight the success that our engineering department has had with this. Obviously, we're tracking this just on projects we are approving on a yearly basis. But we're happy to report that 100% of all businesses seeking support have participated in this inclusion plan. By law, we cannot require it, but we ask it by our policy and our equity goals and objectives. And again, last year we secured $13.2 million. And we anticipate, you'll hear a little later in our projections for fiscal year 23, we're shooting for about $10 million of that, at least in 2021. You may ask, well, why would you reduce the number? Well, we've got to be realistic in terms of one of those projects was the Spectrum CTI project that essentially doubled our inclusion plan. That was a $100 million project. So we got to be realistic about where that, obviously we're looking for another $100 million project, but in the reality that may not come in fiscal year or in calendar year 22. So just to give you an overview. So total appropriations for this budget are $37.7 million. Now $20.2 million of that are from our 10 boards and authorities, which you'll hear a little bit more about, which are corridor improvement authorities, the Brownfield Redevelopment Authority, Economic Development Corporation, and Smart Zone. And Mr. Kelly will provide an overview of the Downtown Development Authority at 16.2 and Monroe Tifa. I just want to call attention to the pie chart on the right. So just for a quick breakdown of that Brownfield Redevelopment Authority, which is our largest authority and that's seeking, from terms of operations and revenue generations, but a lot of that money is reserved back for developer reimbursements. Again, a total of $15.5 million. Smart Zone is $2.3 million. CIA and bids are $2.2 million and the EDC at $120,000. It's also important to note in terms of the equity outcomes of the Smart Zone. As you all know, we are on 6 months into our operators agreement with Spartan Innovations and Start Garden. And I'm happy to report they will be giving this report tomorrow. So kind of breaking news. 50% of all companies receiving services are underrepresented business owners. And they've also secured over $1.9 million of direct investment into those businesses. So important equity outcomes and results of the investments we're making. I also want to call attention to the outcomes of neighborhood investments. We hear, and Mr. Kelly does a great job at DGRI and DDA downtown, and we want to also highlight the investments in our neighborhood business districts, specifically through our corridor improvement authorities and our one business improvement district. Again, in 2021, we were able to invest over $708,000 through our respective CIAs and bids into those neighborhood business districts, which is, again, is a focus area of our equitable economic development and mobility strategic plan. So appropriation summations of what we're looking at CIAs and bids, again, for that neighborhood business and real estate development. You can see here on this chart, Southtown leading the way at just over $647,000 of appropriation, and then going down from 457 and the like. So again, these are all summarized in each of those memos and detailed in the single line item budget, but just wanted to highlight again, in total, we're appropriating or asking for appropriations of over $2 million to our neighborhood business and real estate development programs. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Kelly to provide a brief overview of the DDA and mini TIFA.
Thanks, Mr. Gracia. Good morning again, everyone. just at a high level, so request for you is for the DDA and TIFA FY23 budgets. These come to you recommended by both of those respective boards. I'm going to see the summary of what the request is here. Briefly, some highlights of the work that's going on this year. We have obviously prioritized investments in public spaces coming out of the pandemic. That has included social zone investments as well as enhancing some of our parks, park spaces like Ecliptic at Rosa Parks Circle. We've continued with investments for activation, both through our mural programs, as well as producing and supporting events, and in addition to managing public spaces through our work with the Downtown Ambassadors. And what we've seen is some great success. This year, both in March and April, we saw visitor numbers exceed those of the pre-pandemic levels, so a pre-pandemic average, so we're seeing traffic continue to pick up. We're also we see $326 million of construction underway currently, and when totaled up over the previous 4 years, it's over $1 billion of investment in downtown. So all those things lead us to the conclusion that things are going well downtown. There's obviously more work to do. So for the coming year, we are really focused on river-related activities. That includes investments in projects like Lions Square, but also our governance work that we're working through, creating an equity plan, making sure that investments in the riverfront are reflective of our priorities as a community. We are working with neighbors of Belknap Lookout, Monroe North, as well as those on the Medical Mile to look at enhanced connections through the River Hill Network Plan. You see that in the image up there on your right. We'll be continuing our partnership with the City and Chamber on the retail, retention and attraction initiatives and supporting small businesses to make investments in downtown, and also partnering with our Downtown Neighbor Network and Mobile GR on pedestrian safety projects. Lastly, as we're moving into spring and summer, we want to make sure that downtown stays active, so we have a number of events planned for the coming year. A lot more to get into there, but I will stop there, and if there are any questions, I'm happy to take them.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions? Commissioner?
Thank you so much. Those were really good presentations. I had just a couple questions. Wow, who's removing the slides? Is that you moving so swiftly? There was a slide that talked about the plan's 100% of development.
Yes.
So I was curious to know, this inclusion plan, is this the VITA? Are we choosing to utilize the tool that the City Commission developed for this very purpose? Or what is it that we're using for these inclusion plans? I know of just a couple VITAs that we've used, one or two that we've done. So I'm just curious to know if that's the tool we're using or
So
not.
there is a separate inclusion plan policy
Okay.
that we've utilized in an application and a process that we take all our applicants through to secure these commitments.
And why not the VITA?
Well, they certainly can, right? That's probably an extra piece you could do, right? So, for example, in Boston Square Together, right? There are commitments through those projects. So the projects that will be under construction will also be will be completing their inclusion plan applications, as well as meeting the overall goals and objectives that we agreed to in our voluntary community partnership agreement.
Yeah, because the only reason I'm mentioning that is because I know we spent a lot of time as a body developing the VITA for this very purpose. And then I know city manager, the two of us had a conversation about how it's strengthened of development standing at the state of Michigan because we had that plan. And so I'm not diminishing the inclusion plan that exists that internally through the department, but I also think that there's validity to utilizing the tool that the City Commission has developed for this very purpose. Then it's just one thing that everyone is using, and if the VITA doesn't go far enough, then perhaps we need to modify it so that it does provide the other elements, because your departmental plan happened after the VITA had been created. So maybe that's the challenge, is that it doesn't go far enough. So thank you for that. The other question I had was a couple slides after this where there were, that one right there, the streetscapes enhancements. I would be remiss if I didn't, and thank you for this. I would be remiss if I didn't mention that Southtown voted to contribute to the streetscape with the ornamental lights for Eastern Avenue at Burton. And one of the requests that we made, as it's in the third ward, is that because in the economic development, the data from economic development is that it's an invested ward. And so what Southtown did is we requested that the city pay for the ornamental lights. And the city declined that proposal from the Southtown board. And so I just think that as we're trying to diminish the inequities that exist, I'd like for us to consider some of the opportunities in order for us to get where we're saying that we want to go. And so we recognize that traditionally for ornamental lights, the business district would have to pay for those themselves. But I think though that's a really good way of trying to bring in investment from the Economic Development Department. And so it isn't too late because the construction hasn't started. And we've been delayed because of the construction has been delayed for other reasons. So in the event that you want to reconsider, and if there is a way for us to revisit that conversation, because now you do have an equity plan and maybe it fits differently within that plan, I'd like for you all to have some conversations with either our corridor manager or the corridor chairperson or the full board regarding the opportunity to help us contribute to that. I'm forgetting how much it was, but it was a significant expense for Southtown. And if the city were to absorb that, then it would allow the board to be able to do some other great things that we're already doing with the local businesses within the district.
All right, thanks. Commissioners, Commissioner?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Gracia, for the presentation. I just wanted to add, we're at the bottom, our little north quarter, CIA, thank you to, I see Tricia in the room, and I don't see Vera, but we've had a lot of new board members, and we have a new corridor manager, and so I want to just say thank you for the staff time that has been put in to continue to train and to educate members about what we can do with those TIF dollars, what is possible to make sure we maximize the impact that we have. So I'm remiss of not doing that. At our last meeting, and I know we're obviously going to go into our budget session later, but just continuing the conversation of when we have projects like the facade funding, who are we not meeting because maybe they can't outlay that money. So I feel necessary to bring that up again, and maybe we'll talk about that in future pieces. And then lastly, Mr. Kelly, this question is for you. Just more thinking about, you had mentioned the visitor levels exceeding pre-pandemic. Can you talk about, I know at some point sort of in the midst of the pandemic and shortly after, anything that you all are doing as thinking about different conventions coming back and trying to bring people into some of these retail spaces? I know in the past, there have been comments from people maybe visiting or sharing that, maybe things are not staying open later. Are there any businesses that you're working with to be connected into different conferences or larger activities that could hopefully spur, visitors coming into some of those retail spaces or utilizing technology to output to our community who might want to opt in about like who's open or who's closed? Commissioner Lanier is waiting for a special lunch that I owe her, but that business is not open for lunch on Tuesday. So just thinking about how do we, hopefully getting into this endemic level, how do we utilize technology and other really targeted marketing efforts to support our small businesses? Thanks.
Yeah, thanks for that question. A couple of things come to mind. We've been utilizing a new tool to help us track activity in downtown. It's called Placer AI, and it allows us to understand different levels of activity, who's coming to downtown, where they're going, how long they're staying, where they're maybe spending money. So it gives us some good information. We are then using that and really trying to share that with businesses downtown through our weekly newsletter that goes out, and Melvin is the author of and champion of. And we really just want to get the information out to businesses so they understand what's coming up in terms of events, what are the most active days, and really just equip them with the information that they need to make a good decision that is going to work for their business.
Thanks. Good. That's a good question. And serving on the DDA and Monroe TIFA boards, each month the DGRI provides us with an updated data dashboard, and it dates back to 2019 pre-pandemic, and you can see the changes in foot traffic and businesses close and open. It's a really nice snapshot of how things are going, and the numbers have been impressive, especially when it comes to pedestrians downtown. And I do believe that that's closely tied to a lot of the events that DDA has taken the lead on curating and planning. Obviously, when there's events, it drives traffic. We know that in our neighborhoods as well as downtown. So I think that event piece, when it comes to economic development and vibrancy, is really important as well. Commissioner?
You said something that made me think about that because, again, I know we'll have the budget session, but thinking of mobile GR and trying to overlay the data about some of the micro-mobility with some of these pieces, I think would be interesting. See you back there, Josh, to continue to look at. Because I know, obviously, we've made other efforts too in neighborhoods of focus and other pieces, but that would be good to know going forward as well.
Yeah, that's a great point. I'm looking forward to that update. All right, commissioners, anything else before I move to voting on these different budgets? Okay. All right. So that will take us to our resolution approving proposed fiscal year 2023 budget and priority plan for the Downtown Development Authority. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Support.
All right. Moved and supported. Commissioners, any additional questions? All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? It carries. All right. That'll take us to a resolution approving proposed fiscal year 23 budget and priority plan for the Monroe North Tax Increment Finance Authority, or also known as Monroe TIFA. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
All right, moved and supported. Any questions or comments? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? It carries. All right, next that will take us to a resolution approving the fiscal year 2023 budget for the City of Grand Rapids Brownfield Redevelopment Authority. Can I get a motion?
Moved. Support.
All right, moved and supported. Also, thank you to our two commissioners who serve on that body. Any questions or comments? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? It carries. All right, that'll take us to our resolution approving the fiscal year 2023 budget for the City of Grand Rapids Economic Development Corporation. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Support.
All right, moved and supported. Any questions or comments? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? It carries. All right, resolution approving the fiscal year 2023 budget for the City of Grand Rapids Michigan Street Corridor Improvement Authority.
Support.
All right, moved and supported. Any questions or comments? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? It carries. All right, next that will take us to a resolution approving the fiscal year 2023 budget for the City of Grand Rapids North Corridor Improvement Authority. Can I get a motion?
Support.
All right, moved and supported. I'll echo Commissioner Assasi's thanks, not just to all of you serve on SID, some of you on a bid, some of you on Brownfield, some of you on the Economic Development Corporation. We also have a number of residents and business owners that serve on all of those bodies, and I would just want to add my thanks to all of them. We really couldn't do this work without their dedication and time and energy, so thanks goes out to everyone who serves. With that, I'll call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? It carries. Next, that will take us to a resolution approving the fiscal year 2023 budget for the City of Grand Rapids Smart Zone Local Development Finance Authority.
Support.
All right, moved and supported. Any questions or comments? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? It carries. All right, that'll take us to a resolution approving the fiscal year 2023 budget for the City of Grand Rapids South Division Granville Corridor Improvement Authority.
Support.
All right, moved and supported. Commissioners, any questions or comments? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? It carries. All right, that'll take us to a resolution approving the fiscal year 2023 budget for the City of Grand Rapids Southtown Corridor Improvement Authority.
Support.
Moved and supported. Any questions or comments? Big shout out. I was talking to Commissioner Lanier this morning, and it's nice to see that budget grow. That wasn't always the case, so I was pleased when I read my packet over the weekend to see the numbers and the plan for how those funds will be used. So nice work on that. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? It carries. All right, next that will take us to a resolution approving the fiscal year 2023 budget for the City of Grand Rapids Uptown Business Improvement District. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Support.
All right, moved and supported. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? It carries. All right, and along with that is the resolution approving the fiscal year 2023 budget for the City of Grand Rapids Uptown Corridor Improvement Authority. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Support.
All right, moved and supported. This is our oldest corridor improvement authority in the city. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? It carries. And we have the resolution approving the fiscal year 2023 budget for the City of Grand Rapids West Side Corridor Improvement Authority.
So moved.
Support.
All right, moved and supported enthusiastically by our first ward commissioners. Any questions or comments, Commissioner?
I'd actually like to make a comment, not necessarily about the west side, but I know Commissioner Isasi was mentioning that the north quarter has the least amount, but we had recently, I think, north corridor or the west side corridor did a renewal or reset, and I wonder if maybe north quarter could do something similar so that they can then, you know, I don't know much about the language and how it all works, but I wonder if a reset for that one could help impact what they're generating there.
Yeah, I will see if Commissioner Isasi wants to speak that. I think part of North Quarter is the size of the district compared to some of the other. I think there's a number of issues playing into the fact that the amount is less compared to the other SIDs, but Commissioner Isasi.
Yeah, no, I think that is definitely something that the group has asked about. We've had different individuals come and ask about a bid. We've had, I think, Plainfield is still a great place for individuals to find a spot to add some businesses. We've had some new businesses come in the area, but we certainly have space that is not being filled out. So I think those are all pieces. We did make an investment in a corridor manager, which we hope will allow for that connectivity. We've got some new members, to your point, Mayor. These business owners often, it's residents and business owners, but they're doing this volunteering, and many of them are trying to grow and certainly during COVID sustain their businesses. So I think those are things to certainly consider for the future.
Yeah, and I think when I was just on Plainfield over the weekend, there's also a number of properties that are in need of redevelopment that would help with the tax capture when they are redeveloped. And add up higher and better use than they currently are. So again, I think it's probably a number of factors, and really hopeful that that we're able to continue to make progress in that neighborhood. So, yeah.
It's where Creston used to be.
Mr. Gracia, you want to add anything?
Yeah, so Commissioner Isasi, and into the question, Commissioner Lanier, North Quarter did reset in 2019.
Okay.
So they were in a negative tax capture at one point, and so they reset to the west side. It was only removing personal property because it was negatively impacting them.
Okay.
So that has
So
been
the
reset.
reset has actually helped them
It has
to get
helped
to
them.
where they are.
It has helped them.
Okay, good
Yes,
to
so
know.
that was already taken care of.
2019.
Yes, 2019.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
Thanks. All right, Commissioner?
Yeah, and I just want to, thank you for the Economic Development Department's help in getting the personal property exempted. I know that was a big project for us to get that, have to go through that. And, we were at our last meeting last Friday, we talked about, the potential of the West Side's exploring a bid now. So I look forward to working with Economic Development as we try to figure out how to potentially bring a bid to the West Side. So.
Yeah, thanks. Appreciate that. All right, so I'll call the question on the West Side. CIA. I'm sorry, Commissioner Rappert?
I'm just going to say, if you find a consultant to do that bid feasibility study, maybe they can do South Divisions at the same time, because we put it out for RFP and didn't get anything back, but we would like a bid too, so.
Well, maybe you two can work together and figure that out. All right, with that, I'll call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? It carries. All right, that'll take us to item 19, a resolution adopting the Grand Valley Regional Biosolids Authority fiscal year 2023 operations and maintenance budget. Can I get a motion?
Moved.
All right, moved and supported. We have Mr. James Hurt to tell us about this exciting action before us. Biosolids, yes, here we go. Biosolids. It's very exciting, isn't it, James?
That's very exciting, Mayor, yes. Yes. Good morning. This is real brief. The attached resolution adopts the Grand Valley Regional Biosolids Authority FY23 operations and maintenance budget. Just to remind the commission, this is an agreement that we have with the City of Wyoming and the City of Grand Rapids in terms of solids handling for wastewater treatment. This budget was presented to the Grand Valley Regional Biosolids Authority on April 14th, and they did approve it.
Yeah, great. And I'll just draw attention, commissioners, that this is for some of the work that we're currently doing that we're excited about, including the biodigester and the phosphorus recovery.
Correct.
So it's nice to see this before us and to see that operational. Yeah, nice work. All right, any questions or comments? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? It carries. All right, commissioners, that's going to take us back to item number 4. I'm going to turn to our city manager to let us know. I know a number of city staff left the room, and so maybe city manager can update us and bring folks back in so we can continue this conversation. We do have an amendment that was proposed, and we were going to get some legal insight on that. City Manager?
Yeah, thank you. Staff needs more time, Mayor. I would ask if we could go to the briefing item, and then before adjournment, they can bring that item on cannabis back to us for consideration. But they are still working through language at this time.
Okay. All right, so we'll go into the next item, and that is a briefing, and then as soon as they're back with us, we can break and bring that forward. All right, City Manager, then, I will turn it to you.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. I want to ask, thank you for bringing the slides up. I know that we've had a very robust discussion on some of the other items this morning, and so it took a little bit longer than what we anticipated. So I'm going to ask the staff to come forth now and to have abbreviated presentations because we do have a full agenda this afternoon. And what we do not get to this morning, we can continue in the afternoon if need be. But I'd like at least to get through economic prosperity and affordability as well as engage and connected this morning to the 3 briefing areas. Our CFO is unable to be with us today. Ms. Scott Sadin is here in her absence, but we did forward some of the responses to the questions that you asked last week. And if you can go to the next slide, please.
And City Manager, can I just add one thing? So commissioners, we'll spend about another hour with this briefing and then with the item that comes back, item number 4. I do want to make sure that we have time to take a break and eat lunch. So we'll shoot to do that hopefully no later than 12:30. Is that sufficient, you think, City Manager?
Hopefully we can get you out earlier than that.
Okay, all right.
So we'll shoot for 12,
So, but
12:15.
just know, I know some of you have talked to me about this in the past. We'll make sure that we have a little bit of a break so that we all can get something to eat. It's a long day before us. So thanks.
Now
Manager.
12:17.
That's right. All right.
Okay.
All right, go.
Next
Sorry.
slide, please. Let's go to the next slide. And next slide. And next slide. And next slide. All right, next slide. All right, I'm going to turn it over to Deputy City Manager Kate Behrens.
Economic prosperity and affordability, which is our strategic plan outcome area to ensure residents, employees, and businesses have pathways to financial growth and security. Just want to hit a few highlights from fiscal year 2022 that we've either accomplished or anticipate accomplishing before the end of this fiscal year. So certainly housing and homelessness has been a significant area of focus for the last several years. We continue to use federal funds, both ongoing and one-time federal funds, both for unit creation and to help with housing stability services. I want to flag for the commission that upcoming on May 24th, you will be approving the budgets related to CDBG and a number of other investments in housing. In addition, you recently approved a zoning change that allows for some infill development in a focused way that we hope will help both with wealth creation and with affordability.
Continuing on the accomplishments for fiscal year 2022, we also use one-time and ongoing funds focused on COVID relief for small businesses and community groups. You just spent quite a bit of time talking about corridor improvement authorities and business improvement districts, but those remain a very important vehicle for us to allow for some of our tax capture tools to be invested throughout the city, and particularly in support of our small businesses throughout the city. We also continue to make good progress on the community master plan. So fiscal year 2022 sees a number of milestones achieved, including the institution of the steering committee, and a group right now is going through the consultant selection process, which we anticipate bringing forward for contract. And a final look at some accomplishments this year, particularly around educational attainment and our focus on making Grand Rapids a destination city. So we had a number of fantastic events in fiscal year 2022 and more planned. I also want to note our really impressive results with our inclusion plan. So you see that, again, with our redevelopment tools and redevelopment investments, we were able to leverage that to $13.2 million for micro local businesses. I also want to flag that we continue to show that sort of commitment to equity and distribution of opportunities to micro-local businesses through our own capital projects. So we've had significant focus on that and continue to make great strides in that regard with our own projects. Turning to fiscal year 2023, in the economic prosperity and affordability realm, we are making investments in a total city appropriation of $12.7 million. When it is combined with the CIA and BID budgets that you just approved, that's $51.9 million. Again, strategic investments continue to focus on housing and housing stability. There are a number of sources of federal funds that we are using for housing and housing stability in fiscal year 2023, including the ARPA funds that have been earmarked to be distributed through the Affordable Housing Fund process, as well as our CDBG home and emergency solution grants allocations that will be in front of you on May 24th. We continue our efforts with respect to eviction prevention, which has been a successful program in partnership with the 61st District Court. And we will continue work at the policy level, looking for ways to streamline and add to housing options throughout the city. We also will focus on small business and equitable economic development opportunities throughout the city. Again, you heard quite a bit about CIAs and BIDs, so I will not belabor that point. I also do want to highlight a couple of other things we will be looking to in fiscal year 2023. We will anticipate seeing the start of the equitable small business revolving loan fund. So this is something that the commission has heard about, but in 2023, we do expect to be pushing money out the door. So that is $1 million loan fund, loans up to $25,000 per business, focused on equitable business retention, expansion, attraction, and commercial real estate or business ownership in neighborhoods of focus and in underserved, underrepresented businesses. Continuing on with our strategic investments for 2023, we expect to hit some major milestones for the 201 Market project. So fiscal year 2023 is when we anticipate starting the work, significant work of relocating the city's activities from 201 Market to the Kent County Road Commission site, and that there are investments in the budget to facilitate that happening. We will also continue work on the community master plan. As I mentioned, we are in the process of selecting a consultant, and the work for 2023 will be finalized when that consultant is on board. But we do expect the highlights to include kicking off the public engagement process, doing quite a bit of work with the steering committee with that public feedback, including a SWOT analysis, affirming visions and values, envisioning a future state, and identifying additional themes. There will be presentations with the Planning Commission and the City Commission along the way.
And we will continue our efforts on cannabis. So we are currently talking to the commission about certain equity policies there, but it continues to be an industry that we work with closely to have them successfully fit into and benefit the community. You can see on the slide here the revenues that we expect to see generated in fiscal year 2023, and the budget includes the continuation of the cannabis manager in order to work closely with that industry. Finally, on the educational attainment front, we will be continuing our support of the Grow 1000 program. That continues to be an exciting program, and I'll just plug right now that we are out on the street looking for businesses with job opportunities. So wanted to highlight that for benefit of the public. With that, I want to hand it off to my colleague Doug Matthews to speak a little bit more about special events.
Sure. So, one of the things that we knew was important when we started talking about reactivating the community was our special events. We just wanted to give you a quick update on some successes that we had, but also tee up some conversations for the future. First thing I want to make clear, there are no increases in here, proposed increases for fees or anything like that, but a broader conversation about how special events fits into the bigger picture. So we had set aside $300,000 in the past budget to support special events, both in the downtown and in our neighborhoods. We've allocated $270,000 of that to 40 event organizers who have held more than 100 events throughout the city. It's been incredibly successful for us, and I want to give credit to the special events team for being real thoughtful and creative about how to best. Sorry, I've got one copy here and one copy here. On how we can increase the accessibility of that funding with our organizers and help meet some of our strategic objectives. A great example is some of the races that we've had here recently. We were able to align them with our sustainability objectives very successfully. So I just wanted to give you a quick snapshot of the results of a survey that we did with our event organizers here recently, as well as some early comparable analysis we've done specifically on the office-specific fees. So that is application permit fees as well as our facility rentals. Again, I want to note that we don't have any proposed changes in the fees this year, and we are proposing to carry forward that $300,000 for another year as part of our efforts. The last thing I want to note here is the office has had an additional responsibility here recently. They've been integrally involved with our response to a lot of the protests and demonstrations that we've had in the community, working proactively, reaching out to those organizers, making sure that they understand what the expectations are, and really doing a lot to minimize the potential conflicts that we might have in those situations. So here's a look at what's happened over the last 3 years. You can see very clearly something happened in 2020 that caused a significant reduction in the number of permits that we put out the door. But you'll note that we are almost in FY22 to where we were in FY19. The number that you see here is to date applications and permits issued. We anticipate that we're going to exceed that FY19 number by the end of this fiscal year. So the survey, one of the things that's important to note, you all made some changes to the fee ordinance a few years ago when it came to special events to really prioritize how we can encourage community events and community event organizers. That's reflected in the responses that we got from our survey. 2/3 of the organizers that responded identified as either representatives of nonprofits or they were volunteer organizers of events. And that's important when we think about what the matrix looks like and how much support's required for those event organizers to be successful. The other thing I want to note here is that almost 2/3 interact with the office more than once a year. So these are ongoing activities either in the downtown or in our neighborhoods. Their experience with the permitting process, overall, very good. One of the things that we took out of this, or two of the things I should say, one is that because we have multiple departments that are involved in the process, it seems that sometimes the communication links between OSC, the other departments that are involved in the process, and the organizers can be improved. Likewise, you'll see an item here that says regulatory guidance. That is organizations like the Liquor Control Commission, where we have state agencies that might be involved, and we're trying to facilitate and coordinate communications with those groups. And here's a comparative look at our application and permit fees for special events. And you'll see that it varies pretty widely, and this raises one of the questions that we want to talk about this year, hopefully, and we can address as we move into the following year, is where do special events fit in terms of our investments? So you'll see there's some cities that have a pretty wide range. That's reflected in neighborhood parks versus larger urban parks, as well as community organized events as opposed to ticketed events or major special events that are revenue generating for the organizers. But you'll also see there's some cities here, for instance, Chattanooga and Kansas City, Missouri, where the fee is the same regardless. And those are communities where philosophically they've said that the fee shouldn't be a barrier to doing events that are going to have a benefit for the community writ large. And they accept that the cost of a special events office is effectively a loss leader in making sure that those things happen. We haven't engaged that conversation. It's one of the things that I want us to be able to do in the coming year. Similarly, on facility rental fees, you'll see that those comparatives are across the board as well. They're affected by some of the same things. Are they community events? Are they free? Are they paid? Are they public? Are they private events that are designed to generate revenue for the organizers? I feel like it's time for us to go back and look at that and have a discussion about how that fits into the bigger picture. I don't think anybody would debate whether or not events are good for the community. The question is, how do those investments get made? So these are some of the things that we want to be able to talk about in the coming year. One is how we support event operations, both operationally, sponsorships, which is something we've been able to do over the last 2 years. Fee waivers has been part of the matrix over time. Also looking at that differential fee schedule and if there's any adjustments we want to make there. How do we address the public safety costs and the right-of-way costs that are associated? And that relates down to the bottom bullet here in terms of race and roadway management. Are we at a point where we need to prescribe routes as opposed to letting people to select their own routes? There's a significant cost difference there. Similarly, there are some of these communities, notably some of the communities that had flat fees on events, that also limit the number of events that can happen on any particular date. That's both to make sure that the events that are organized are successful. It's also a way to manage the workload on staff when we have multiple events that are requiring support.
Doug, let's continue to move forward through all the materials before we do questions.
Well, I'm going to pass it back over to Kate. She's going to close out on EPA and we'll move forward.
All right, so we just did a little bit of a deep dive on the special events look ahead, so just a few other things to touch on here. We are expecting to speak over the next year or so with sustainable funding to replace one-time recovery dollars to support programs that will serve a continuing or expected to be an ongoing need. We really are going to need to look at and understand better our traditional subsidy levels for small-scale development and single-family redevelopment projects in the housing arena as costs continue to go up in those areas. And finally, we are seeing, as our inclusion plan and other equity policies drive the demand for and business to our micro local businesses, some support to help them scale up to meet that demand. So good problems to have, but something we're looking forward to. So in the Name That Tune, we're moving right past the question slide and on to engaged and connected community.
Thank you, Kate. So on Engaged and Connected, the first thing that we wanted to do was acknowledge and just give an update on where we are with the participatory budgeting process. So here's some of the highlights so far, and we mentioned this actually at a meeting not too long ago. You all approved $2 million for this process. That's divided across the wards, $1 million in the third, $600 in the first, $400 in the second. We've also been able to secure a fairly significant amount of direct grant funding to help support the process, which has been great. And we've committed about $125,000 from the city to support those activities as well. We've been able to bring aboard 24 community partners that have been out educating the community, helping them understand the process, complete the idea submission process, which continues through the end of this month. I checked this morning, wasn't able to update this slide, but we actually have more than 250 submissions as of this morning. And when we talk about success and engagement, one of the things that we've talked about, and this is the reason that I wanted to lead off with this, is the role that community partners can play in the process. The steering committee's tried to be very intentional in that and has brought them on board and paid them for that service with specific deliverables in mind. The first chart that you see, the top left there, is one of the questions that we ask all of the submitters. What ward do you currently live in? And you'll see reflected there 27% in the first, 38% in the second, and 35% in the third, which is a pretty good example of how we're working to get equitable engagement. The other is racial identity. 58% white, 28% black or African American. 8% biracial or multiracial. One of the things that's not noted on here because it's a separate ethnicity question, we're a little bit lower than we'd like to be on Latinx and Hispanic. We're at about 6%. We'd like to be right around 10-12%. So that's one of the things that we'll be talking about with the steering committee. But it's been a really successful engagement thus far and an example of how we might be able to do things differently in the future. This is the last one that I wanted to note here. As we move forward in 2023, I did note some of the investments that we've made in terms of administrative and operational support. We've got two big lifts ahead of us. The first one is what they call the budget delegate process. That's where I involve community members in reviewing these ideas and working with professionals and city staff to actually assign a scope and a budget to them. That will happen before the last part of the process, which is going back into the wards and actually asking them to vote on the projects that they'd like to see get funded. This chart here, I understand that it's pretty small, but it indicates the priorities that folks have expressed when it comes to types of ARPA-related projects they'd like to see. The biggest portion there you'll see is investments in affordable housing and rehousing, followed by healthy childhood environments and evidence-based violence reduction. Those are your top three right now. So as we move forward, some of our other highlights, we distributed our second community-wide national community survey. We have those results in hand as of last week, so we're going to be scheduling a separate time to come talk to you about what the results are in this most recent survey relative to the one that we did in 2019. This is designed to get community sentiment across effectively all of the areas of service that we provide. Continued our work through the neighborhoods, through the Neighborhood Match Fund to the total of over $140,000. And continued really a focus on how we involve previously marginalized populations in our work. That's reflected in the work that we're doing with the Grand River. It's reflective of some of the specific engagements that we're doing. I'd like to call out here that we're doing a specific engagement with the Grand River Band of Ottawa Indians to identify opportunities to incorporate art, history, and stories into some of the work that we're doing on the Grand River. And that's something that's been supported by the National Endowment for the Arts. So when we look forward to FY23, here's some of the things that we have in the upcoming budget. We did increase the grant funding for neighborhood organizations through community development. as well as defined funding. And this has been a challenge since I've been here, but defined funding, both in terms of bringing on personnel and contracting to be able to build out our community engagement framework. A lot of the work that we're doing right now, I think, is going to help inform that. But I think you'll see some significant progress in the coming year when it comes to how we intentionally engage with the community. One of the things that we've been able to do over the past year is really focus and organize how we're doing that from a core communications perspective, consolidating personnel that were throughout the city into a single office so that we can better coordinate our work from a communication standpoint. But communications is not engagement. Engagement is not communications. There are two components of how we work with our community. I feel like 23 is going to be our opportunity to really advance some of that work on the engagement side. We're going to continue our work when it comes to bilingual engagement. One of the things that's not mentioned on here, because it's something we're actively working on right now because of some of the recent incidents, is really leaning into our work with our immigrant and refugee populations. Making sure that they understand how they can get involved in local government. Some of the conversations that we've had with the African diaspora in particular has resulted in some pretty strong interest in actually participating in our processes, participating with our boards and commissions, and we're really encouraged by that work. We want to continue to invest in technology that's going to increase our transparency. One of the things that you see mentioned here is a public meeting management platform. We want to really leverage our streaming platform for public meetings so that folks can not just access the documents, but they can access all of the documents that are associated with items in real time as they're watching the video for those items. Not ask them to toggle back and forth. So we're trying to do some things that really open up the doors for folks to see and understand what it is that we're doing. And we're going to move right on to governmental excellence. Gotta make sure I'm synced up here. The first thing we want to talk about is talent attraction and retention. Of course, that's a major focus right now, not just for us as an organization, but for hiring organizations in general. We've seen a lot of dynamic shift over the course of the pandemic and as we work to emerge from the pandemic. We're at the same time in the midst of collective bargaining with all of our labor unions. So that's something that we're actively engaged with that will have a budgetary impact. We've got certain forecast assumptions in the budget, but all of those will shift based on what it is that comes out of those conversations with our labor unions. Just want to note the amount of money that we're able to leverage in terms of ARPA simply to support the health of our staff, both in terms of PPE and some other things. We've continued our work in terms of support of our LGBTQI plus population. It's worth noting that in 2014, our Human Rights Campaign index score was 68. It's now 92. One of the big things we were able to achieve this year was expanding our mental health coverage. There was a specific issue within our mental health coverage that was an exemption that made transgender coverage a challenge, not just for our employees, but for their family members as well. We were able to correct that. We want to advance some additional initiatives in the coming year. One of the things I do want to note, we were able to extend our healthcare administration contract for a year. What that allowed us to do is offset our labor negotiations from our healthcare conversations, because there's some things that come out of our labor negotiations that have a direct impact. And we've always found ourselves doing both at the same time and then having to go back and try to correct for some of those things. And that's something that we just wanted to manage it better. And I think that's going to create a pathway for some of the benefits that we're talking about. The other two things I want to note that have been particularly successful and leaned on pretty heavily over the past year. One is the investments we've made in terms of organizational development. and being very intentional about that, increasing our virtual options and increasing the number of options that we have for employees for self-directed development as part of our process. And then the other is our health and wellness program. That's been incredibly successful, a 66% increase from previous years. We've had great adoption and participation in that process and feel like we're going to continue to see benefits through that. Just a few more to note here. Continued investment in terms of our own equity journey, our anti-racism training. At the library, they're also doing a diversity audit of their total collection at the library. I wanted to call that out. And then we want to focus very intentionally on how we're managing our own workforce. Commissioner Lanier, you'll note that a couple of years ago we talked about making sure that our compensation studies were kept up to date. That's one of the things that's in this budget. We're also looking at upgrades to our human capital management system, the technology that drives that. That's going to allow us to better align our strategic plan, our compensation system, our evaluation system, and our financial management system, which is something that was mentioned earlier in terms of updating or upgrading our ERP, into one kind of single point of truth for all of our employees. It'll allow us to better both track, support, and in some cases leverage the talent that we have in the organization. As we look forward to the future, I mentioned this before, staying competitive in the market is going to be important. That's part of the reason that we want to make sure we're investing in the compensation study. It's a active conversation right now because of what we've experienced in terms of just the market for employees. I do want to note, looking back to 22 and really to 21, one of the reasons why we haven't been as adversely affected is because we made an intentional decision when we really saw the impacts of the pandemic that we were going to do this without laying off employees, without furloughing employees, making sure that our employees were made whole and taken care of. There's a lot of organizations that didn't do that. And now they find that they're having to pay a premium for having done so because the market is so tight. And I just want to make sure that we call that out. I mentioned this coming year that we'll be putting an RFP back out for an administrator of our healthcare program. We want to continue our developmental path for employees. One of the things that you're going to see us focus on in the coming year really centers around the areas of ethics, fraud, waste, and abuse, really centering on the accountability value for the organization. That's going to be similar to what it is that we've done from a IT security perspective. You know, there's certain things that are non-negotiable when you're a public employee. Making sure that our assets are secure is one of those things, and we want to make sure that everybody understands what those expectations are, and that'll be an ongoing process, not just in FY23, but moving forward. And then the last one is the ERP implementation. That touches virtually everything that we do. One of the challenges that we've had with the present ERP is it doesn't really allow us to align our people with our strategy, with our performance metrics effectively. We can do it, but it takes a lot of work to make that system do what it is that we'd like it to do. And we're really hopeful that as we move through that, we're going to be able to get a system that better aligns us for the future and be more agile as an organization. So just taking a look at some of the other highlights. Looking backwards, and I want to focus on a couple of things in particular. One is the integration of technology and the leveraging of technology. And then the other has to do with our investments in terms of fleet and facilities. We've got a variety of things that we did over the last year to really improve our technological systems. Some of that has to do with security, as I mentioned, and it hasn't always been completely convenient when we talk about multi-factor authentication in the training programs and things like that. But all of that is important as you see more cities being the subject of things like ransomware. We've also continued to upgrade and improve our cloud-based services. That includes what we're doing with 311. It includes continued investments in our managed pay services. That gives not just our resident customers, but also our commercial customers, building permits, things like that, the ability to pay at the time that they're actually applying for things. And then I mentioned the agenda management system. There's another piece to that we've got moving, and that's also going to allow us to virtualize our contract management system. So all of our contract routing will move through a virtual process as opposed to kind of a mixture of paper and electronic that we're doing right now. What's exciting for us is that's also going to allow us to fully leverage our document management system so that we can start putting documents out into the cloud and make them searchable by the public. We're going to start with our contracts as they move through the agenda process, but then we also want to start incorporating some of our other public records that might need to be FOIA'd right now, push them out and make them searchable and discoverable online for the public to be able to see. So a few of the other investments as we look forward. Reestablishment of the Third World Equity Fund. We acknowledge that participatory budgeting is not just an investment of money, it's an investment of time. That's one of the takeaways certainly that we've taken from what we've done so far. But there's some other investments here I want to note too. One is the investments that we're making specifically in innovation and continuous improvement. We were able to bring on somebody specifically to focus on those things in this past budget year. They came on board at the beginning of this calendar year and will be bringing some things forward to you this summer to give you an update of where they're at in that process. They've already started carrying forward some of the employee initiatives that came through the last budget year. We'll probably provide an update on those as well. We're also looking at our facilities. One of the things it's important as we start to look at facilities that are reaching a particular age, we've got to start looking at, okay, well, what's worth reinvesting in, and is reinvesting actually the best choice? Our last facility needs analysis took place in 1996, I believe. This gives us the ability to look at all of our buildings, all of our people, the expectations in terms of a workplace, and ask ourselves, okay, well, how do we realign these things moving forward to make sure that our capital investments in our own people and our own space make sense? So I want to call that one out specifically because that's going to be a pretty big initiative for us. It's not a light lift, but it's really going to chart the path for the future when we start looking at our buildings, our facilities, our workspaces, not just how they best serve the employees, but also how they best serve the public. Are they configured in a way that actually works for the people that need our service? Last thing I want to look at is a couple of horizon issues. I mentioned the facility needs analysis, making sure that we're right-sizing, locating our staff in the right place. And then alignment of the ERP process to make sure that it's supporting our operational objectives. It's one thing to have an ERP that supports the taking in of money and the issuing of checks, but we have some very specific strategic things that we want to make sure that we're supporting. A good example is our MLBE program. Our ERP ought to support a really seamless ability for MLBEs to get registered, to see opportunities, and for us to run reports so that we know whether or not we're successful in supporting those MLBEs that are registered in the system. I mentioned previously, it'll help us not just with our strategic alignments and our performance management, but also with our human resources management. And ultimately, it's going to help us in terms of our transparency. The more data that we can make public, the more data that we can make publicly searchable and accessible, the better. One of the projects we still have ongoing is creating an open checkbook. So that folks can search and see all of the payables as they go out the door from the city. That's something that we're going to be continuing to work on this year as well.
All right, Mayor, thank you, Mr. Matthews, Ms. Behrens, and we will pause here to see what questions the commission has.
All right. Well, I'll start, not with questions. I feel like this is a good overview of what we read in our budget book, which, by the way, I was telling city manager, I thought the budget book was laid out really well this year and was easy to follow and informative. Obviously, some of the information was redundant because it was in multiple sections, but I thought it was a very easy read compared to some of the prior budgets I've read. So all of you who worked on that, thank you. So I'm just going to make two comments. One, I'm glad to see the pay rate for the Grow 1000, especially for the 18 to 24-year-olds. And I'm hopeful that we get a lot of folks who participate in that program. And maybe city manager, next month we can get an update how we're doing on securing individuals to participate in that program. And then my thoughts about the events. Mr. Matthews, thank you for that update. If anything, I think it affirms some of the things I've heard for years, that it's more costly to do events in the city of Grand Rapids than our surrounding cities. So it was nice to see that comparison. I know for me, I don't think fees should be a barrier to being able to do events, whether you are a college student or you have a significant amount of resources, you should be able to do events in the city, and it shouldn't bankrupt you. And then I also really fundamentally believe that events are connected to economic development. They're economic drivers. They bring foot traffic and people and create a space where people can come together and build relationships and memories. So I'll be eager to hear additional thoughts that you have about how do we maybe take a look at some of that and make it more accessible for everyone in our community. So thank you. Commissioners, questions or comments? I'll start with Commissioner Repart.
Thanks, Mayor. I have 4 questions. Hopefully they're all pretty easy. So on slide 12, we're going to explore the development of pre-permitted plans for 2-family dwellings, which I love. Wondering if we can also do the same thing for accessory dwelling units at the same time. I know that there are other municipalities that have done that. If you want to plop one in your backyard, here are 3 plans that are already approved and making that very easy. I guess that's not a question. That's just something that I'd like to see. My question for right after that, the support program for small scale and emerging developers of color, is that related to the revolving loan fund that we're going to set up, or is that a separate program?
That is a separate program, but I can bring back more details.
Okay, that would be great. I'd love to see those. Let me covered a lot of areas here. So for the neighborhood organization funding, pleased that it's a 25% increase. I guess my question with that is that going to be sustained, or is that kind of a 1 year we got extra money this year so we can give them more money, or is it likely that we'll be able to sustain them at a 25% increase?
I'm going to ask Ms. Bo Hatch to come up and talk to that a little bit.
So that's included in the neighborhood investment plan funding recommendations that came forward to you previously, scheduled to be approved hopefully soon, in the next couple of weeks. The way that was put together was using some of our Community Development Block Grant coronavirus funds, supporting some other areas. So it's 1 year of funding, and when the way that our process works, the applications come in on an annual basis, and so there will have to be decisions made if the commission chooses to continue to sustain that, which will impact other programs that will not have funding as a result of that. So unless we get some other type type of, an increase, for example, in community development block grant funds moving forward is appropriated by Congress, but we never know from year to year what that's going to look like, or if we get additional funds that might be able to offset some of the programs that we're funding through CV.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Bohach. And the last question I have is on slide 47. The money that's included for innovation and continuous improvement. I'm just wondering what's under that bucket. And I guess partly because I've had conversations with 3 Grand Valley professors. I think that Grand Valley would love to be a support to the city of Grand Rapids around evaluation. And potentially even providing for kind of high-level interns for the city that are master's level people who are studying evaluation. So I just wanted to know what was under that bullet and what the best way is for me to make those introductions to those individuals.
Well, I'm always interested to meet folks who want to contribute and help. That's salary plus a $100,000 allocation, similar to what we did last year, to support operationally that work. Jennifer has been meeting a lot of people and kind of formulating, okay, well, what's the model going to look like for Grand Rapids?
Okay.
In my experience, successful municipal innovation programs reflect the organization and reflect the community, and it takes some time to figure out exactly what that looks like. That's a plan that we're going to be coming back and talking with you about this summer. So there's operational and salary included there. Now, if you have professors that are interested in providing graduate level assistance, that relates to one of the things that we have in the executive office budget, which is really leaning into our executive internship program. So if they have students that they'd like to bring forward, we've had that conversation in the executive office about taking better advantage of some of the academic assets that we have here in Grand Rapids.
So
send them to me.
Perfect. That will do. That's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager. All right, Commissioner Lanier.
Thank you both for the presentation. I just have a few questions here or comments. And now I'm reading my notes, sorry. So one of them is on on slide 17. The flyer that I saw for the Grow 1000 only included the 18 to 24-year-olds. And I think it would be great to, unless there's a reason that we're not, to also include the 15 to 17-year-olds. Or unless there are multiple flyers, and I've just only seen the one, but it'll, probably help with community organizations helping to promote that with us. So that's just some input.
Mitchell, there are multiple postings out at various organizations.
Okay.
So some of it's been targeted to events that are being held.
Okay, perfect. And then I had another question. I did dog ear these things, but so on slide 32, this is the participatory budget process. So is it safe to assume that we have not spent any of the $2 million and won't spend any of the $2 million for FY22? Or has some of it been spent, but not necessarily on programs?
And none of the $2 million has been spent. That's been carried forward. The steering committee was really clear that they wanted the $2 million to be the $2 million.
Okay.
So we found a way to backstop that operational funding in the first year, and we're fortunate to have some foundation support going into this next year that's going to do that.
Okay, great. And then I guess, because the engagement ends on May 31st, I'm just curious to know then the timeline for implementation, the vetting of the projects that come in, and I'm, happy to hear we're at 250 plus. But then, how do we narrow those down? And I'm hopeful that we can make some decisions to take action after getting the feedback, as opposed to, another delay with the engagement. And I'd just like to thank DeAndre, who is here in the audience, who is one of the ambassadors of this and has been doing a really good job at bringing awareness to the campaign.
The schedule established by the steering committee has them, once the idea submission closes, they have a couple of months of vetting and refining ideas so that we're able to put a solid budget to it and move it forward for a vote.
Okay.
So that's going to take place over the summer. Their timeline right now indicates between mid to late August and late September is when they want to have their voting process. So that's what's in their current schedule.
So that's the committee's voting process.
That is the community voting process.
Okay, so we'll go back out to the community.
Yeah, so each activities that take place within each ward, the residents of that ward are going to be able to vote on.
I see.
And they want to do a ranked choice process. So effectively, you prioritize the projects you'd like to see get done, and we'll take those projects till there's no money left, or we'll move a project if it gets us closer to that, like for the third ward, that $1 million.
I see.
So all of that work is still to come. I'm as hopeful as you that there won't be any further delays.
Okay.
One of the designs of this is that the steering committee
It's steering.
steers, right?
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Thanks for including the compensation study in this fiscal budget proposal. And then curious on slide 43 if, I know we used to do this, and I'm not sure why we may not be doing it as much, but I have noticed in a couple local newspapers where we're no longer posting positions and things like that. And so I just want to remind us that those electronic and print newspapers of those kind of hyper-local newspapers are really good sources of communicating job openings for the city, as well as neighborhood associations who have electronic and print newsletters. They'll also take out ads, so those are really good places to promote. And I think that is it. I think there was one other thing, but I can't find it right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Good points and comments. All right, Commissioners, other questions or comments? Commissioner Isasi?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. I just had one question to follow up on the Grow 1000. Is the partnership with West Michigan Works, I see the bottom one has through Bank of America, is that through federal funding with West Michigan Works? Is that leveraging that funding, or I just wanted to clarify that?
Those are two separate ventures.
Okay.
And West Michigan Works is basically helping support the implementation of the project this year.
Okay.
And so we're paying them through the resources that we've in our reserve for the program, as well as.
Okay, so this isn't any braided funding from them? Okay.
Right.
Even though you're an expert on that,
Right.
so.
So just to clarify, we're not receiving any funding from West Michigan Works. It's an expense.
Yes, we're paying them.
Okay, I wanted to clarify that.
Program.
And then, because you have that for the application, I know we had a different provider last year. Is that same provider doing the Grow 1000 Academy application process? I wanted to clarify that.
Yes, so there's a youth application.
Okay.
And then in the process of the vetting, it will be broken out in terms of course, the age groups and funneling youth into that program.
Okay, I guess let me clarify my question. Are we using the same technology that we used in the past?
To match.
To match.
Are you talking about to match with the businesses?
Yep, or for them to apply, because I'm thinking we have all that information, kind of like a talent management system.
So it's an online portal. So you can go online, and there's forms, and we do it through open forms.
Okay.
And so that's the entry point.
Okay, so it's not the same provider as last year? Okay, thank you for clarifying. I had a follow-up to the compensation study that Commissioner Lanier brought up. Both of us were able to serve in 2017 on the study that, wasn't done in 20 years. So, Mr. Matthews, is the intention for it to happen on a more regular basis? Obviously, funding and those supports.
Yes.
I was going to say.
The commitment was that we were going to effectively separate the workforce into thirds.
Okay.
And then put everybody on a 3-year rolling schedule. It took us a little longer than we anticipated because clearly some of our initiatives got reprioritized as we went through the past couple of years. So we want to get that back on track.
Okay. The next question that I had, I'll just stay with you then for the second is, at the last meeting I asked about the translation utilization. So I know that we've made investments and obviously we're offering it, but the question that I had was, how do we know how it's being utilized? And obviously, certainly a direct translation, but sometimes it's also the dissemination of information that can be challenging regardless of what language individuals are using. So can you share that information?
What I don't have is the data from 911 and 311. They utilize an on-demand language line service outside of if they have a Spanish language operator available, then they'll transfer them over. But they have a contract that they bring a third party on that helps interpret in those conversations. That's information that I'll get to you.
Yeah, that'd be great.
I will say that when we talk about the city commission proceedings as an example, the only means that we have right now of measuring that is how many folks have watched the video. And if you look at the numbers on the videos, if it's normal course of business, we may have a couple of dozen people that access the video.
Okay.
If we have something that's a little bit more, we'll say has a little bit more community focus, as we have here recently, I want to say that one of our recent meetings, we probably had about 240 views in Spanish of that meeting. What we can't do is we can't track who's watching it in real time.
Got it.
But it's something that we want to continue to work on, is marketing the availability of that so that we can increase that adoption. In fact, that was one of the actions we took, I want to say about 2 years ago. We had a separate Spanish language channel for our meetings and Spanish language videos and things like that, but it wasn't linked back to our main YouTube resource. So you had to search for it separately in order to find it. So we aligned those so that you can find it right there on the same page. All of it's in one place. We've got to do what we need to do to make sure that folks know that it's accessible, with the understanding that not everybody's going to access it. But not providing it really isn't an option.
So then, along those lines with there's a lot of investments in different technology, which I think will hopefully have productivity and other gains, so that's why you make that investment there. I know we've talked at Committee on Appointments about the new legislative management software, because I think while we have everything by date, more and more, I found myself, certainly over the last month, trying to go back to certain times of different activities that we engaged in, but we have it by date and not by topic. Is that something that you did? I couldn't quite understand or didn't catch. I was taking notes. Is that something that is going to be an enhancement with future technologies?
The short answer is yes. I'm looking at my boss. Am I giving the short answer or the not so short answer? The short answer is yes, but it's a combination of things. So the updating the system is going to allow us to do two things. One is it's going to allow us to separate the documents from the agenda in a way that makes the documents searchable, keyword searchable. So if you're looking for a subject, you'll be able to search the subject over time, and it'll return all the documents that are associated with that. The other thing that it's going to do is it's going to allow you to access a specific agenda item and jump straight to the video to be able to get to that item. So there are a number of things that are at play there, but all of it is designed to make it more readily accessible and searchable for people to get what it is that they're looking for.
Okay. In terms of the special events, I think that was great to hear, sort of the reimagining of what is possible there, what are the barriers, how can we further embed equity. Thank you also, I don't know if Ms. Pittman's in here, but thank you for your work and the work of the office. My question is, when we make an investment, and some of these are the one-time from ARPA and other pieces, but are we sharing, what is that memorandum of understanding of? We're talking about trying to retain talent. Commissioner Neer, you brought up different forms of media to post different jobs. If we're making a financial investment, are we asking those entities to please share the variety of opportunities that we have here at the city? How are we, again, kind of maximizing that relationship? So that would be one of the questions that I have. I think that I know there's a couple activities. I mentioned one last time about the expungement fair, but just thinking about all those relationships that happen, then I think those departments become more trusted in community, and then, can be those, then they can be those vehicles of opportunities that we have here. So that, I don't know if that's happening, but that would be a recommendation. And then the last question I have, which was not on here, but I know I've talked to the city manager about, quite honestly, sometimes being in this chamber in the evening and the mayor or others working to clarify information that is false, quite honestly, that is shared at the dais, whether it be, I can think about some things that were very serious, like that we have lead in our water, and other things that get elevated. And, obviously people can come and say what they want, but how do we continue to counter the investment in our local media and making sure that we have media that is sound and is reporting? And we know that there's been disinvestment in that in most communities. So my question is around the Community Media Center, because we've talked about this in the past. And a couple meetings ago, we had individuals who were past employees of the Community Media Center. I think this is another example of innovation that has happened in Grand Rapids, to have an independent organization, obviously us providing significant funding. And so just looking forward to, what are those possibilities? Obviously, they're an independent organization, but we're providing, I don't remember the percentage of funding to their budget, but knowing that misinformation, I think, is a real concern in communities. At least it's a concern for me that I have. I found myself having what I believed was misinformation after our last commission meeting, and having to say, no, that is not what happened. This is what happened. I was standing right there. And so, this might be more philosophical than what our budget process is, but I'm very interested to continue to say, while we might not have control over an organization, we don't have a seat on the board of directors, but we do make a significant financial contribution. How can we support making sure that we're getting out the most true messages to our community?
It's not on this list, but I mean, it is something that we plan to do. So I may as well share that with you all. But the Community Media Center agreement is effectively the same agreement that's been in place since the 80s. I agree. We ought to have more clearly articulated expectations in that agreement. That agreement expires at the end of next year, so that gives us an opportunity to put that service, because effectively what it is, it's a contract for public access, that we put that service out for an RFP. With a redefined set of expectations in terms of the partnership, so that we can get that realigned. And that's not an indictment of the Community Media Center. It's just an acknowledgement that we have a contract that's been in place for 40 years that hasn't been revised or revisited for the most part. So that is something that we have on the books. Probably next summer, we'll put that RFP out so that we can do just that. And that's not to say that there's things we can't do in the meantime, but that's kind of the bigger picture that we're looking at.
So my last, this is a comment, this is not a question, is just when I look at some of the pieces, and I know Ms. Stout, your office has worked and looked at the variety of projects, there's still, last meeting, I saw some language, I know it's federal government language, but I personally don't want to be referred to as a minority, so I'd like to remove that language out of anything that we have at the city. That would be my preference, and I feel like we've been working towards that, and in this piece, there's something that talks about disadvantaged business owners and disadvantaged suppliers. I'd really like us to lead with asset-based language. I thought about, do I want to bring it up or not? Is it so small? But I do think that words have meaning and language is important. I know you all are committed to that. There's just a few things that I've seen over the last couple weeks, and I wanted to highlight that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I'm going to go down here to Commissioner Jones, who had his hand up. I appreciate what you said about getting accurate information out there. I know it's frustrating for many of us when we're trying to correct information that is out in the community that's not accurate. I think, I know David Green is in the audience. It's a priority for him. But I do think we should be looking at all of the, we also have contracts with GRPS and GRCC, and we fund a lot of our neighborhood associations. We need to look at all of the organizations that we fund and also have conversations about how they can make sure that they're sharing accurate information to help us get good quality information, but also to address misinformation that's out there, whether it's around lead or whatever. We have a whole list of things that we hear that we know aren't accurate. Even our budget. I mean, we all just spent, weeks reading, or however long, 10 days reading a budget that's significant, that's hundreds of pages. There's a lot of really good information in this budget, not just about work we've done and accomplishments, but what we plan to do, and how do we make sure that that information is getting out there as well. And I'll just put that on Mr. Green's plate, because I know that that's his responsibility, but I know that he's heard it probably from many of us around this table. So, and Commissioner Jones, he and I talk about communications all the time, but I'll turn to him. I know he had his hand up for some questions and comments.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to staff for the presentations on this morning. I just want to lift up a few things. Over on page 12, it was, on slide 12, it was mentioned by my colleague, Commissioner Reppart. Really happy to see this establishment of a program for small-scale and emerging developers of color. Simply because I think any opportunity that we can take to break down some of the larger opportunities around economic prosperity, the better. And in particular, I see real potential here for anything from infill housing to just small scale development across the board. And so just happy to learn about that. And I'm actually looking forward to learning more about that. Also want to recognize over on slide 35, was happy to be reminded about the reorganization and consolidation of communications function in a single department. To your point, Commissioner Yasasi, I couldn't agree more about just the danger of everything from those who are being either misinformed, ill-informed, or operating uninformed. And so I know that's a lot of pressure for you, Mr. Green, but I'm grateful of your presence here, and I think that there's an opportunity before us, even though communications these days is much different than it was even 5 years ago. So I look forward to seeing how we can utilize the relationships that we currently have with other systems and structures and trying to make sure that our message gets out as well. Also, just couldn't be happier about the launch of the BIPOC engagement plan for the Grand River Restoration Initiative. That is, I think, extremely important because I think in general people are, excited about the restoration of the Grand River, but in particular, just a reminder that the river belongs to all of us. And so any opportunity we can have to gain as much feedback and direction from the BIPOC community is critically important, and so appreciate the intentionality there. And want to close with, once again, the decision, slide number 47, it may seem as if it's something very minute, but I just think it's a big deal. The support smaller mowing contracts for ESD to engage more MLBEs. My hope is that we can just do that across the board with all of the spend that we do with the city, if we can create these opportunities for smaller contracts to get some of the, again, the smaller businesses an opportunity to, for lack of a better term, to eat as well. And so thank you for that work.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Moody or Commissioner O'Connor? No? Okay, I think I'll, one follow-up over here, and then we'll move and take back up item number 4.
Thank you. There were just a couple points. I did find the other one, and it was regarding the master plan and the decision to try to make a decision on the consultant by the end of next month or the end of this fiscal. And I just, want to share that it would be great to reach out if there are consultants who have been utilized in other ways with the city of Grand Rapids, that we reach out to those entities who have utilized those consultants as a way of kind of vetting before a decision is made. Many of the corridor improvement district authorities have had consultants recently to help us with some of our work with expansion or even our area-specific plans. So I think that would be a really good thing to do as we're determining who will do the master plan. And then I just wanted to highlight and show appreciation for the reestablishment of the Third Ward Equity Fund. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Commissioner. All right, so with that, I see our city attorney is back in the room, as well as the team that left us after our discussion about item number 4. So we will ask Ms. Turkelson to come back up and maybe first start off on filling us in on what they found. Is that a good way to start, City Manager?
Yep. Sure. Now, I do want to clarify, we're on borrowed time.
Well,
for lunch.
I get it. Yeah, we're on borrowed time. So worst case, after we get through this item, commissioners, we'll take a 30-minute break. So maybe we'll start our 1 p.m. budget work session a little bit later, just to make sure everybody has time to eat.
1:15.
Okay.
But I asked the staff to brief and brevity.
All right. Thank you. Take it away, Ms. Turkelson.
Thank you, Mayor, Commission. I apologize. I'm going to be looking down at my notes to help me through this since there was some hard work that happened within the last couple hours. So thank you for the discussion earlier and for the time for us to evaluate the feedback that we did receive. And following some fairly intense internal discussions, we do believe that there are 3 options before you. So option 1 is to proceed with the current resolution or the current policy before you, which continues or remains staff's recommendation. Option 2, which we believe incorporates Commissioner Lanier's comments specifically, would read as follows. A resolution to extend all city cannabis licenses with MyVita and/or Cyziva commitments through November 15th of 2022. Here I'll note that there are a couple of some significant legal concerns that Ms. Hitchcock can speak to in more detail. However, we believe that as proposed, the language is not legal, and that because we cannot regulate enforcement in this manner, as it was stated, the suggested policy would extend all licenses that come due before November 15th, regardless of their compliance status with other applicable codes. And specifically, the licensing ordinance, for example, states that licenses shall be valid for 1 year, and the zoning ordinance has other requirements, as you know. And quite at the crux of it, a policy cannot regulate or suspend an ordinance. And again, Ms. Hitchcock could speak to that as well if needed. So after
why don't maybe our city attorney can speak to that, just so that we all understand the difference between option 1, option 2, and option 3, and potential legal limitations or issues. So, City Attorney, can you just elaborate? I just want to make sure we all are very clear on what we're talking about.
Certainly, even though Kristen stole half my script, but nonetheless, so there's 2 things that are being talked about here. One is a city commission policy, which is what's on the agenda today. And that policy is for a temporary stay of enforcement for compliance with city policies, specifically MyVita and Cyziva. That we can support because that's a policy and we can change that without problem. The problem with number 2 option, and that's extending or renewing licenses, That's problematic, and we can't support that, because to say that the motion to renew all licenses for all cannabis operators for any period, we can't do that because a policy cannot trump an ordinance. And so the licensing issue falls under the ordinance, not the policy. So again, to say the city commission policy is just related to enforcement related to the social equity compliance. If we change and do this blanket renewal of the license, then this would prohibit the city from enforcing like the zoning ordinance or other related laws that operators who may not be in compliance, and that would hinder us from being able to do that because it's covering more than just social equity.
Ah, I see.
Yep.
Okay. Okay.
Thank
you. All right.
No, it doesn't. Okay.
Okay,
I can respond when she's done with the options.
Okay, so let's hear option 3, and then we can see where the commission wants to go from here.
Okay, thank you. So in listening to the discussion, we have developed a third option that we believe is responsive to the comments and the concerns that we heard this morning and speak specifically to the intent of that discussion. So you have a red line version before you, but I will read the header of the policy. It would be a resolution to enact a policy allowing for the temporary stay of enforcement of compliance with City Commission policies 958, which is the MyVita, or 959, which is the CICEBA, or the Cannabis Social Equity Policy. So we believe that option 3, further that option 3 would also support an extension of that time period to the November 15th date that was stated. And I think, going back through the actual numbers of licenses and facilities that would come due, I can speak to that, that it would be, between today and November 15th, 12 of the 17 facilities or locations that made commitments, that made MyVita or CICEBA commitments, would come due. So you can see 12 of the 17, we are getting at the majority of the facilities that are in operation in the city that have made commitments. And so in the absence of any other ordinance or violation, those facilities would be able to obtain that license renewal. So another way to look at that is based on number of licenses, which is roughly 1/2 of the total licenses. It's confusing because several facilities have multiple licenses, which is why the discrepancy in number. So in my mind, I think it's easier to think about the number of facilities, which is 12 of the 17 facilities would be eligible for renewal during that 6-month-ish time period between today and November 15th.
And speaking of license renewals, the licenses for the first quarter, so from January of this year till March, have already been issued. Are there any backlog of first quarter?
There are the 12 backlogs as well.
Okay. So that actually captures a larger percentage than just the ones that are in the quarter right now that we're in, that are held up because of us not having made a decision.
It does help those that, because those are backlogged from the lack of decision. I'm sorry, Mayor, it's just difficult when we're sort of flipping between licenses and facilities, which is why I think most of us would resonate with the facility numbers, which is the 12, and that's in total.
Okay, that's helpful. That's good to know. Commissioner?
Thank you, Mayor. And I appreciate the work to try to navigate through this. Again, I just think it comes back to this, the staff made a recommendation. They told me they can get this done in 90 days. We heard several people around the table say they believe in the staff. So, we can always extend it 3 more months if we need to. Let's just get it done, give them 90 days like they said they would, they need, and, that holds the feet to their fire. If we give 6 months, then, I think it takes the foot off the gas a little bit. And I don't want to be talking about this in 6 months. I want this done, and I want to move on. And again, I think getting this done in 90 days gives more certainty to the industry.
Okay, I'm going to turn back to Commissioner Lanier, who made the initial motion, as well as asked for staff to go back and bring back options. So, Commissioner Lanier.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Attorney, and thank you, Ms. Turkelson, for coming back to the meeting with these options. And I just want to make sure that I understand all 3 options. So I'll interpret what I'm hearing back to all of you to make sure I'm clear. So for option 1, it would be renewing any license that would, and to your point, Mayor, that would have expired before now and up to and including the 90 days that you all proposed originally. So any license that becomes available for renewal within that window of time. And how many are we talking about there? I think I heard 12 earlier, and it's still the same 12 that'll be impacted for 6 months.
No, because that time period's shorter in the option one.
So how many for option one?
12 licenses.
So, okay, so I got that right. So 12 licenses or 12 facilities?
Sorry,
Because I think we need to talk apples to apples. So
Right,
we
I
can.
agree.
So is it facilities or is it licenses in the first 90 days?
Hi, Commissioner. So we calculated in 6-month period from today. So we were not thinking on the quarterly as we were because the November 16 doesn't match the date of the end of the Q3 or the Q4. So this casts a much wider net, which covers between up to 24 licenses within the period.
Okay,
about 6 months.
so for option one, it's the 90 days, and I believe Commissioner Isasi asked the question earlier, how many were included in that? And I thought I heard 12.
12.
And I'm just asking within the 90 days, did we do the calculation? Because we're now talking about facilities, so I just want to make sure we're clear as I'm trying to summarize the options, that option one for the 90 days includes how many facilities?
How many facilities? We're looking at about 6 to 8 facilities.
Okay, so 6 to 8 facilities within 90 days have a renewal that will last about a year with option one. Option two, Madam City Attorney, I think my request was not accurately recorded because what I thought I heard was a renewal, and that's not what I was suggesting.
Okay.
What I was suggesting is extending their existing license. So extending everyone's license that by the 6 months so that they can move forward with doing all of their renewals with the state of Michigan. Now,
Right.
that may not change your response, but I just want to make sure that I'm clarifying that I wasn't asking for a renewal for a year. I'm asking for an extension of what's currently approved.
So we're talking about the same thing.
Okay.
Because you're saying the word extended. Keep in mind, the license by ordinance are for a year, so it's an annual thing.
Correct.
So if you say extend, you're in essence talking about renewing. Because you can't extend it, you're basically giving them a renewed license. That's how we look at it.
Okay. And so how I'm looking at it, did anybody take that into consideration to answer that question? Because I just think that we've essentially done that. There were licenses that have already expired, and we didn't call the licenses back. So at this point, we are in a sense extending their existing licenses because we're not pulling those licenses, which is a good thing for those businesses.
So, but don't see it that way.
Okay.
That they're not licensed, but because we didn't renew the license. It's
So
just kind of in limbo.
So they don't have a license, so how are they operating? They have to have some legal means of operating if they're a provider and they need a license. So, I mean, from, my novice mind is, if I don't have a license to drive a vehicle and I get pulled over, then there are repercussions for that because I don't have a license. If I'm a provider who doesn't have a license to operate my business, there are repercussions for that. We have chosen to ignore those repercussions because we're trying to settle some things. So we've extended their license in a sense.
Well, that's a good question. For licenses that have not been renewed, where their renewal has expired, were they able to renew their state license?
Yes.
Who answered that?
I answered.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's so glaring up here. It's hard for me to see. I'm looking at everyone over there. So even for the licenses that locally expired, that we did not renew
We did not
locally,
take action on.
We sent information to the state about whether they were in compliance or not with MyVita and Cyceva, and then the state renewed those licenses. So they're still operating in our city under a state license. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct. So we have not taken action on the licenses that have been received recently because of the discussion that's taking place. We have not initiated enforcement action against those entities either because, again, of the discussion. We did comply with the state's request, call it an attestation. We informed them that the operators were not in compliance with the social equity commitments that were made, and that the state proceeded through their process and have issued licenses despite the city's attestations.
And how are we defining, and I think this is important. This is exactly why we're all here, is for policy creation, amendment, and execution. And so I want to stay here because it isn't about trying to prevent them from doing their business despite the mischaracterization from earlier. This really is about making sure we're in compliance, and we can't just skirt over this and casually do something and then not recognize the legal ramifications of that. So as I feel like I was being chastised for me trying to stand firm on this earlier, this is important. We've chosen not to, and I think, again, with good reason, not to execute the authority that we have. And all I'm saying is, let's continue that through this November date, but with everybody. And so I don't understand when I hear words like, this isn't the, most, I don't want to, imitate anybody, but this isn't the most legal preferred method, because we've been doing it. So at some point it was the most preferred legal method. And all I'm asking is how can we continue to do this, but do it with fidelity for everyone consistently? That's all I'm asking, to continue to do what we've been doing, but do it for everybody and do it through November 15th. So without having to renew license, because we didn't do that, we haven't done that. And somehow they've gotten their license through the state of Michigan. So all the harm that is being, put before us right now clearly isn't as harmful as we're depicting, because people haven't been harmed. They've gotten their licenses renewed.
So you're saying just continue to do what we're doing?
Right, through November.
And when we, as a body, figure out whether that's by September or August, September or November, when we figure out how we want to proceed then, but not create
do
this
anything in between.
90-day
That's
window
right.
when there's already a.
That's right, because
we've already
that's
not been enforcing, and there's still state license.
Absolutely.
So people may not have their local license renewed at this moment, but they're operating under state license.
Yeah, and I think, and it also, to Commissioner O'Connor's point from earlier, people want to, as a business owner, they want to have a definitive decision from this body. And I think if the definitive decision from this body is, everything can continue as it's been operating through November 15th, that provides them with what they need for their renewals at the state. It provides them the assurance that nobody's going to knock on their door and shut things down because they're incompliant, right? So.
All right, I think Eric DeLong wants to say something, and I know Commissioner Jones has had his hand up as well. So let me go to Eric, and then to Joe.
Options too. I just want to.
All right.
So thank you, Commissioners. Good discussion. So option 3 essentially does what you just discussed. So it provides for the 60-day extension or the 120-day extension out to November 15th. And it gives us time to do the work that we need to do. And one of the nuances that we need to pay attention to is that we have to be able to not extending the local license doesn't, we have to extend the local license in order to be consistent with the state license. So they have to work together. So what we're trying to do is marry those two up so they track the same way. And the state regulatory agency has begun now, like initially they weren't paying much attention to what locals were doing. Now they are starting to. So what we're trying to do is make it so that while we're in this period of time where we're working to resolve this, no business is harmed, and we're in a good position with our regulatory things. So we have to give our staff permission to do the work that they're doing, to not do something that would cause because we're trying to navigate this transition period. So we have to have that permission, and we also have to have the ability to transition on a state level. So so option 3 gives us the stay for essentially 6 months.
So just so that I'm clear, so option 3, when you say stay, that means we will not enforce any license that has expired? Or are you saying you want to renew all license that come up for renewal for a year? Or for this, for 6 months?
What we're saying is during that 6 month period of time, we will not enter a negative attestation about that license. So the license, so from a local standpoint, the license can be renewed, and from a state standpoint, the license can be renewed. So it accomplishes what I think we want to do during that period of time.
And the renewals for how long?
The renewals for a year.
Okay.
According to what.
That's not what I'm saying.
That's the rub.
Yeah, I think that's
the problem is that
difference.
we can't do something locally different than what the state does, because what determines the length of a time of licensing is actually the state license.
Sure.
So while we may want to do something locally that is different than what the state does, it's going to be a 12-month license.
Okay, so the only thing that I think I keep coming back to is what we have been. We've been doing something other than what the state is doing. That's how we have licenses that have been renewed by the state of Michigan that have not been renewed in the city of Grand Rapids. And all I'm saying is whoever found the loophole to be able to do that same thing for everybody through November 15th. I don't know, I feel like I'm in the twilight zone because I feel like are people understanding what I'm saying?
I absolutely understand what you're saying. And so can I get to Commissioner Jones? Okay, so Commissioner Jones is deferring to City Manager, and then I'm going to
Because I think it's important for us to make sure we are speaking factually on the record on what the state has done. And I would like the staff to clarify so that the commission doesn't make a decision presumptuously based on what was stated, because we obviously have operators in here who would attest differently in whether or not their licenses were renewed. It may have been done momentarily at one point, but there is obviously not the case right now. So can you clarify that, please?
Yes, I'm sorry I didn't probably complete the sentence the way I should have. So yes, the state has issued licenses in the past despite the city's attestations. However, they have not done that recently. So what we are trying to do is create a process so that we are in a good space with both the operators. We have the ability the current state is not ideal. This is not the position we would like to be in, where we're simply sitting on licenses and not moving forward on them. And the state is clearly now responding to that current state that we are in locally. And so we are trying to find a temporary path forward so that we can safely answer the question about whether the operators are in compliance, whether we've renewed licenses, so that the state can proceed and the operators are able to move through the state's process and obtain their license at a state level.
So you're saying that in the past, when there's been a local lapse in the local license, the state has still renewed, but with I know the state is increasing their regulation throughout the entire state with their licenses. As they have increased their enforcement and regulations, they're saying, we're not going to renew unless it has a local license. I just want to make sure, what I'm saying, is that accurate?
It's accurate, but since Al has spoken with the state, I would prefer him to speak to what the state has told us.
Okay, that would be helpful. Thanks.
So the cannabis industry in Grand Rapids started getting state licenses starting around 2020, and the first renewals came around 2021. So the city has been, checking for compliance with zoning, which is what the attestation says, and the zoning compliance includes the social equity commitments. If the city were to send an attestation to the state indicating and identifying the elements of violations of zoning, that is still part of the state's process and decision to decide on issuing a license or not. So state licenses were renewed despite the attestations that we send before the state made a decision to renew the license. Our local licensing process is whenever they want to an operator wants to renew a local license, they complete the step with the state first, because in the state of Michigan, they can operate with the Michigan license, and then Grand Rapids licenses also allows them to operate locally. But recently, we have received word that while we continue to attest non-compliance, maybe as a result of social equity non-compliance, that the state, the Cannabis Regulatory Agency, now has begun to issue notices of non-renewals, which is the first time we have noticed this now in 2022. But it has been previous practice by the state to continue to renew the licenses at state level, despite the communications that they are asked of us.
Okay. Let me get to Commissioner Jones, and then we'll see if we need some clarifying questions. Commissioner Jones?
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Al, for that explanation, because throughout all of this, my thinking has been, I know we have obviously the responsibility to develop policy, and yet we have to obviously make sure that we are in compliance and alignment with what the state is doing. And so I was, again, appreciate that explanation. And I know that with regards to, it's my understanding that businesses who have continued to do business, although they've not been compliant, they've had to file some sort of administrative appeal to continue. Is that true? Okay, all right. In order to keep operating, correct?
Right.
Okay, very good. All right.
Okay, I wasn't aware of that. All right, let's go to Commissioner Isasi and then Commissioner Lanier.
I don't know if I feel like I'm in the twilight zone, but I definitely feel I'm going back to our last meeting where it was a briefing, but some of us were asked what we would do if we had that vote in front of us. And I think I was pretty clear about what my vote was. And I did say at that time, I was in favor of starting compliance to give people a little bit of time to recognize that we had held this up, quite honestly. And so part of me says, I want to go back to that resolution that was proposed from the briefing versus this, because ultimately what I want to do is I want the goal to be that ownership piece. And for organizations to hopefully work on that, to think about that. I know some on this body don't think that's possible. I think ownership is not defined in one way in organization. At least that's not been my experience. So my desire for that in the last meeting to say what my position was so that I could vote on that. And so now I'm at the point where it's frustrating because not all of us said what we would do. So city manager asked some of us, more pointed than others. And now I feel like at this point, I'm prepared to vote no on this if you're saying that we can't achieve what was said in the last piece, just purely because I feel like my hands are tied at this point. So I feel like it's necessary to say that. I don't know if there will be another amendment on here. It sounds like essentially, I was supportive of what Commissioner Lanier was saying to operate in this continued state. We've already been operating in this limbo state. Give individuals that time so that they can identify what those deficiencies are so that we can work collaboratively with this industry and then hopefully achieve the goals that we all want to have. But if that's not the case, then I'm prepared to vote no on this resolution.
Okay. Commissioner Lanier?
Yeah, I think, as I'm looking at the various numbers here, I just still think that we're going down another slippery slope. And, I don't want to say the words "I told you so," but I will just remind us of when we had the conversation about the moratorium and how, had we done that then, we wouldn't be having this conversation today. And I just feel like we are kicking the can down the road because we're not handling this in its totality, but trying to piecemeal possible solutions and not really fixing the overarching, what I would consider the overarching problem. Because with option 3, still 12 of the 17 facilities will be impacted. And so, that leaves 5 who will not. And then what are they going to say? As soon as a decision is made here today, then ensue, the engagement that's going to happen with the 5 who know that they're outside, because it doesn't take rocket science to figure this out. You know what the date is, when your license needs to be renewed, and you know how you're going to be financially impacted by it as a business owner. And I just think we are not resolving this issue well. We just simply are not. And I think this tiptoeing around specific business owners and things of that nature is part of the problem. If we're looking at this, every single facility that's impacted and trying to do what's right, we would be trying to figure out a way to do this legally, where we're not giving blanket approvals for 12 facilities or 6 to 8 facilities, but we would be trying to figure out how to positively impact or equitably impact every single one of the facilities that will be impacted by this decision. And I think it isn't responsible. I don't think it's even responsible to have it before us without something that impacts all 17. And I think that it would be irresponsible to vote in favor of something that does not impact every single business.
Thanks, Commissioner. I am well aware that this is a challenging issue, has been since we brought it up, and that there's not consensus around this body, and I fully respect that. Commissioner Moody, and then I think City Manager wanted to say something.
Yeah, thank you so much for this. Just for my clarification, could you go over option 3 again? That is for the 6 months, correct?
That's correct. So option 3 is the red line version before you. So we've updated the subject line to state that it would be a temporary stay of enforcement for compliance. And then in lieu of the initially suggested 90-day period, that would be effectively a 6-month period with the deadline of November 15th.
So option 3 is what you're recommending?
Option 1 is what we recommended, but we feel that option 3 is responsive to some of the comments that were made this morning.
Okay. So you're still... Go ahead, Commissioner.
No, I'm in favor of option 3. I like it. I think it's doable. I think we can sit here and go on and on and on and on. I mean, everybody's got great valid points, but I think we got to come to a conclusion.
Yeah. So, so Commissioner, are you saying you are supportive of option 1 or 3? Okay, okay. Commissioner O'Connor?
Thank you, Mayor. I think there's just a point that's like when Mr. Romero came back up and explained the state attestations regarding license renewals. I think that's the point that this all hinges on, is they were giving renewals with irregardless of local decisions, and now the context has changed, and so we don't know how they are going to respond over the course of the next 90 days or 6 months, or till the renewal period falls outside of that. And so we can sit up here all day long and postulate what we think should be best, but if we don't create a earnest path to local approval that they are in compliance with with something, with a path to success, the state could come in tomorrow and shut them all down because we didn't give local attestation that they were in compliance with their commitments to keep their zoning. And so the path we need to create, there's only one path to create, and that's to figure out how to create a path that ensures that they can renew their license at the local level so that they have an attestation at the state that their license will be able to be renewed at the state level.
Okay.
That's the only path.
Yeah, all right. So I think I'm going to call the question. I'm going to call the question on going back to the original resolution. It's a resolution to temporarily extend enforcement of compliance with local cannabis industry commitments to City Commission Policy 900-58. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Well, you already had a motion.
Oh, I already have a motion. Okay. And motion and supported. I'll call that question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
Okay. Just to confirm, if you said aye, please raise your hand, just to make sure I have the votes right. Commissioner Jones, are you in favor? Did you say, oh, so you're no. Okay, so it passes on a 4-3 vote. All right. Thank you, everyone. Appreciate all the work the staff did. It is helpful to have that additional information and recognize the complexities with local ordinances, renewal, and the state and how those work together. I found that helpful, and I am going to trust that 90 days is ample time for something to be brought back to us in July that we can vote on in August. So commissioners, with that, we will end our committee of the whole. City Manager, if it's okay with you, we'll start our next budget session at 1:30, which will give everyone an opportunity to go downstairs or go to their office and get something to eat. I know I need to get something to eat.
1:40.
1:40?
Yeah.
All right, so City Manager's giving us an extra 10 minutes. 1:40, commissioners, I'll see you back up here for budget.
This goes off consent.